Good morning. Welcome to our RC Racing TV coverage of the IFMAR Electric Touring Car World Championships for 2022 here from Gubbio in Italy. A sunny Gubbio as well. So not expecting to be here on this Sunday morning, but as we saw yesterday, delayed due to inclement weather, decided to hold for the good forecast today. We're bringing you this coverage in conjunction with X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. So we would like to thank them for helping us to bring you this coverage. What you can probably see at the moment, there's some cars circulating out on track. This is a practice round that they're running, so in an effort to clean up the track, there is a desire, I believe, amongst some racers to only run one practice round. There are two scheduled. I think they're going to make a definite call on that a little bit later on during this first practice round, depending what the traction levels look like at the moment. There's still quite a lot of shade over some areas of the track, so it's quite slippery. Conditions aren't consistent. As things stand, there will be 2 rounds of practice and the first lot of finals will be starting at 12 o'clock. So we have 2 legs of finals for everybody and 3 legs of finals for the A-mains, scheduled to finish just before 4 p.m. Local time, so 3 p.m. in the UK this afternoon. Just getting questions about the weather. It is set fair for the day. It's going to be like this, we believe, all day. A little bit warmer, so around midday, and obviously hoping to dry the track out. But at the moment, we're just going to leave this coverage running whilst the practice is on, see what we can find out, a little bit of extra information. We'll jump back in over the course of the sort of practice sessions if we have any updates to bring you. But as things stand, the action will be beginning at 12 o'clock local time, CET, so 11 in the UK. So again, thank you to our sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport, and enjoy watching practice.
ufficio. Dalle 10 è possibile per comprare il prezzo, quello che carica.
La comunicazione è alle ore 10 è possibile acquistare il terzo treno non per destinare a soltanto destinare a. Communications from 10 o'clock is possible to buy the third flight set for final. Only for final aid, starting from 10 will be possible by the third flight set.
Secondo me non ci crede, però se è per quello a me fa girare i coglioni, perché vuol dire che a me non mi crede.
Oui, vous êtes en train de finir le nettoyage, c'est ça? Ah, t'es toute seule?
Track is open. Next group will be final heat. Sorry, prossimo gruppo, finale e categoria open. After 10 and 5, driver of final A, modified and Spec scheduled to alternate departure, return, carrier test.
Okay, everybody, just give a very quick update. There's no updates at the moment. So at the moment, we're finishing up the spec. This is now mod. Okay, so I'll just update the message that you can see on screen. So this is now mod practice. Still fairly greasy out there. Not a lot of dry spots on the track. We think we're looking at a second practice round, but we will confirm that as soon as we can. And so just say hello to everybody in the chat on YouTube. If you're watching us, well, you're not watching us on Facebook because we're not on Facebook just yet. But thank you for everybody who's joining us. There's well over 200 of you. So thank you very much for joining us here in sunny, for today, Italy, in Gubbio, a lovely medieval town that we spent some time walking around yesterday because yesterday was rained off. But after the rain was done, we did bump into, well, lots of drivers walking around the town and enjoying a half a free day. So just going through questions in the chat. I believe most of them have been answered. Why the finals so late? Well, yesterday was called off and today is the rain day. A couple hours before final start, then yes, that message has been on screen, so we're scheduled at the moment to start at 12 noon Central European time. Of course, adjust that for your local time. Off to the shops then. Cheerio, back later. Okay, see you soon. And yes, please go to myrcm.ch if you want to see the current qualification rankings live. Well, there's no live times, I believe, because this is just practice. Yeah, it's just gone 10:05 locally. And as we answered in the stream in the stream chat, there's no tire warmers allowed, but there is a spec additive. There's spec tires or hot race slicks. I don't think this has not been declared wet, so no one's using the wet tires or wet chassis. And I think that catches us up. So we'll be back in a bit, and that's the end of our little radio check.
Okay, so thanks for that quick update from Frank. As he said, we're just watching now the E final for Spec, modified, or the open class as it's been tagged. Just heading around on the circuit now. Only a couple of cars out there. With some of these lower finals, drivers have unfortunately had to leave, had flights and things like that booked. So have had to head home and miss out on that one. So we are expecting a few of these lower finals to be a little bit light on cars, but still doesn't diminish the enjoyment of what they're seeing out there. Big, Larry drift, so few people enjoying themselves. It's not a huge amount of traction out there at the moment. If you're wondering why there's a couple of rounds of practice before any sort of racing, although the track is mostly dry down towards the bottom end, there's an awful lot of oil in the track from the nitro running they do here in Gubbio. So they're just really trying to run around, lay down some rubber, get as much heat as they can into the track. We have had a question come in. I don't understand why they can't warm tyres. I mean, that's an effort to keep it consistent for everybody, and no one really has tyre warmers with them. It's or not many drivers will have had tyre warmers with them. They weren't allowed, so they haven't brought them along. It's not specified in the rules. Because there's a tyre impound, trying to get tyre warmers in there would be really, really difficult. So what happens is the drivers get the opportunity to go up, put the additive on the tyres. The tyres are actually fitted onto the cars just as, within the impound area just before they go up to run. So trying to control getting warmers in there and everything like that would be a bit of a nightmare. As a result of that, many drivers have flown in. They haven't packed tyre warmers, anything like that. So even if they tried to make an amendment, you'd have issues with people not having access to them. Anything like that one. So that answers that question. Meanwhile, while practice is still running, we're going to just leave the camera open so that you can enjoy it. This is still the first sort of pre-practice round. It's still currently scheduled, and looking at the way that the cars are heading around the track, it needs an extra round of practice finals. I think once that's taken place, we'll be back on. So if we've got any further updates for you here on RC Racing TV, we will be back with you. But at the very latest, we'll be back just before 12 for the beginning of the Formula Finals. So once again, thank you to our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this coverage. Feel free to keep chatting amongst yourselves in the stream. If there's anything sort of relevant, or if we've got any further news, see anything happening, hear of anything, we'll just jump back on quickly and give you a bit of an update.
Si sono messi 500-700 voti.
Vabbè, Sandrino, abbiamo fatto poca pubblicità allora.
Pochissimo.
un motorino stock, che andava bene delle stock.
Lucky Sugar for Final 8.
Ouais, faut être debout en haut. Et en fait, tu vois pas la barre. Là-bas, t'as essayé de le On voit pas derrière, là. C'est pas mal. En radar.
For the planet reservation is with until 11, both reservation and also cancel your reservation.
Mi hai lasciato la chiave della macchina di là? Questa è? Prima della premiazione. Tanto non è che finita l'ultima gara è aperta. Come cazzo è fare?
Come sai che sollievo? Sai che sollievo dopo tutto fuori?
Gara di riletto.
Bisogna fare la pulizia.
La devant du rond, il y a un autre degré. Là-bas, il y a 23.
D'après le fichier.
Non, c'est clair. Il y a à peine une plaque de 7 au milieu là-bas.
So you were the green card? Yeah. I thought so, but it didn't work. Last session you think if the sun is out, it should be okay. I mean, this is bad, and this is the worst. It's a competitive event, kind of. Because I thought, when I was here 2 days ago, this was terrible here. It's not okay over there. But now the sun is always out, it's cold. There's no track and of course nobody, there are not many people who want to drive now, so it doesn't get much better.
What do you think?
This second free practice round will be done with the final start and the countdown. We have the same condition as in the final. So,
Because the factor, you know the session everyone, but he's way slower than me in that one on the good side. So we have a meeting on Friday evening, and then he was the guy who stopped. Like, not too aggressive, but he explained why this is happening. And then nobody listened to it. Then we have it, and the IFMAR guy, the whole effort, the idea, basically if my guy stands, then no boss officer didn't visit it. Many of them are happy, but they didn't say this is negative. So if my boss said, okay, please take from there. For the final. 1.5 days ago. And this morning, I heard also he was mad about it, but then immediately. But then he thought, okay, he's mad. Okay. And then this morning, again said, you cannot change what to do. And she knocked it with the box. So, what for example, Robert doesn't understand. He explained to me when he was 7 years ago in Asia. He explained his feelings. So he knows he's not feeling, so he thinks, okay, take a look, I'm still good, but still good. And exactly, this is why he said, because now he said, I'm not like that to somebody, but I don't know this. But he thinks, okay, and this is the thing, and some others opinions, yeah. Of course we need to test. I told the story about the editing table, he said, it started because of me. In Luxembourg. They said we have 2 good editors. It wasn't hands-on back then. So we made an editing table to slow me down. And to make everything more fair. And I was just 2 seconds after, and they said, okay, fine. But I wasn't against it, I was like, okay. We feel confidence and everything, and everything's okay. We did something. And if they make the box, and he beats everybody in a second, he's just amazing and the best. I totally do. But I'm actually one of the most relaxed guys because I'm starting 8. I try not to talk to many people. I just want to drive. And things I never saw. This is also the whole thing started with IFMAR a month ago. But now the registration was 3-4 hours on Tuesday evening and 2-3 hours in the morning. And of course, in that period you can't see everybody. But I noticed, that somebody was being edited. At the first hour, there was some guy who was not like a hobby. A hobby guy.
So welcome if you are just joining us. You're wondering why you're seeing cars forming up on the grid and everything. This is the practice finals now, so there's just been a round of open practice. We're just seeing, getting off the line, the first, the Formula B final. So their practice final, just heading round. Finals proper, scheduled to start at 12 o'clock, so there's going to be a complete round of this. Timing is there and available. We're sort of saving ourselves because once finals start, we're on the train proper, no real gaps to speak of. We'll be bringing you sort of full, live, uninterrupted coverage of the finals all the way through, so just getting ourselves ready for that. So once again, thank you for joining us here on this Sunday morning from Gubbio in Italy. We're RC Racing TV, and we are bringing you live coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships for 2022 in conjunction with our event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadal, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. So we thank them for helping us to bring you this coverage, and of course you've got plenty of opportunity whilst this practice is running. Check out their websites, any new bits that you want, anything that you might have seen this weekend, anything that's inspired you. So we're going to leave practice running. Timing is available on my RCM if you want to see it, if you want to see what's going on. Anything interesting happens, anything like that, will keep you up to speed. Track is still a little bit slick at the moment, and you can see plenty of marshals out on the track recovering cars, these Formula cars in particular. Rear-wheel drive, so a little bit traction limited, particularly in these conditions. It's most slippery in the sort of what you can see in the top left-hand corner of your screen. We're talking to you from the box just above the Monaco RC banner, very top left of your screen. You can see that's in the shade that whole area of the track. So that's the part that's most slick, that's taking longest to dry out and warm up. But that's our viewing position where we'll be bringing you all the action from. The camera position that you're watching from at the moment is just to the right-hand side of the driver's rostrum, but pretty much a driver's eye view. Like we said, just very, very slightly to the right of it. So just it kind of gives you an idea of the driver's perspective as best we can. We'll fire this camera up into a move-in position. Zach will be out there later on when the finals proper start rather than the practice finals. So meantime, enjoy this practice and we will be back in a little bit.
I know. But it was no. The other thing, I did my best lap of the event in Q4, 16 euro, the opening lap, and had to say, and Bruno had to say, and every other one was again, I'm not saying you do something, but if things are, if people are saying, because it happened to me also, then my motivation would be, okay, let's show them, I mean, what is the best if he wins, if he gets high snowball, and he wins by 5 seconds. This shows how good you are. And he said one or two questions about it, but he didn't say anything negative. He was like, okay, a random woman. It was okay. And this is the thing. That's why I think. So you have two options. Either they do nothing and Bruno is relaxed, or they do something and Bruno doesn't know. But I don't think exactly. No, but this is the two things. No. This is the two things why they actually did this. I understand what you mean. It's the same thing. I don't think they do something. No. Honestly, nobody knows that system. They shoot all the day. In my opinion, is that for them, and I will explain why. Because practice, military, and he was exactly the same. And now he is so much in China. Bruno, me, and Alex, we were clearly faster than everybody else. And he won by 5 seconds. And you know, in China, everything was organized well. Yeah. You can't shoot. It was perfect. So he was dominating, and I beat him because more experience, and I choose one player for the last race. You see? So this is why I don't think it's something, but the way when I see Mark director, I think he's too much.
L'emozione.
Okay, maybe Mark can, if you like, he's going for his but he's going to, but when you see on his spot, something I would criticize, not against X-ray, only, no, in Reddit he said he's less prepared. Yeah, he's less prepared because he broke last time off-road and didn't race off, but nobody says that he had 3 more laps than us. No, but still, if you see how much the team, and Martin and obviously. So, for me, university is just about work and if I can also only compare my qualifying pace with Alex, because I don't know if you noticed from the 6 heats, 5 had different conditions. 3 times it was worse, 2 times we had better conditions. So I was my last run, my car was good. I was 8 times behind Alex, but 9 behind Bruno, and it's just because of the weather. This is okay, and if he's like this fast, is okay. I didn't feel as good with the car as I was in July, and I'm not Mark. It's just something is against you because you lose in terms of X-ray, and of course it does make you happy when you have a meeting. But the thing is, okay, let's show them. This is my board. This is what I
Yeah,
felt with the.
you know it's because I think
Yeah,
it's
and the Bruno doesn't care, which is so great. It's great. Then he doesn't. Then he can just drive, and if he there's nothing to lose. There's nothing to lose for them.
yeah, but I understand. I think I understand. You can react different. I understand you pissed because you don't ship and people think you ship. So you know that situation because sometimes
I
you
have
work.
it happened in the past.
Yes, so you live like so you know you don't ship and people you're so fast and people think you ship.
Yes.
And this is not fair. And it happened today. I mean today he is no doubt is the youngest talented driver and he is probably the best driver.
Yeah.
Today. Yeah. Today. And
I know. I need to do everything on my car and setup and work because I know that we have disadvantage like developer stuff. It's okay. This is totally okay. But I need to work hard for this. But
yeah, but I think honestly, in touring car, I'm in the team since 1 year, and they work more. Honestly, they work more than every other team. So the pace today, for me, I don't like it.
of course,
Ron, I don't like it.
who?
Bon, I don't like it. I don't like my team.
Okay.
I have no good
You
vibe.
know, the mic was off, right?
I hope so. But you know, I'm not too fan of exactly but again,
And this is the thing. Coming back to the Euros, I know I have respected on the track, obviously. I know it was difficult. Yeah, and I expected not to win. Before I come, I expected not to win. But everything I wrote, I was honest with myself, and everything I felt was good for me. And I was like, I see him laughing after the event, like it was perfect. It's 500k. No, I have to write something, and I can only.
I wanted to talk to you.
Yeah, I know. I told you.
But because I was waiting to see what happened. And sometimes I understand why people in general doesn't like it. But for me, it's not fair. Today, it's not fair because maybe okay, I don't know exactly why and everything, but I think what happened in the world was probably bad communication and everything like that. In my opinion, Antoine was wrong. Antoine, he was fantastic. He was super he was really
Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
how did you react? What did you do with your father? If you reduce and everything, but I never did this father. No, and so they work a lot. You like them, don't like them. No judgment about them, about it. It's personal, it's personal, but they work so hard. I know. And but it's your turn to
A2, I really did work, and I was cruising because I was too slow. I was cruising on 3 or 4, and then it happened. And I was like, okay, so 3, I will take on the thing. And yeah, on the straight. I saw it happening. Also in practice, he had also in practice a blower. He did. This was crazy in the end of straight and everything, and it didn't drop. And this shows me, really, it's nothing. They will never take a different direction. I don't think this is this is not my point. I never want this. But the inconsistency from the Japanese rubber. Yeah. And
yeah, exactly the same with Mexico. So something like that.
but that's not much. This was not about the things I made full. And you know what I didn't wrote because it's is getting too complicated, the team manager meeting. So there were 16 team managers, 11 were related with X-ray, and Martin and Bruno were team managers. Here, you're not allowed as your driver. But Bruno was doing a lot of interest of X-ray and Martin as well, and like I didn't even mention this in so many things. I think the team manager thing is really stupid. We have 16 people, and I know 3 or 4 of them, they had no idea what they're actually doing. Like when not competent, you need maybe, in general, I would do something else and maybe need 5 good guys to discuss. Okay. But this is something, like I said, I don't have the energy now to have ideas. But it's just on this, and then Martin said I'm lying. What did I want? Yeah, you say, you know, I want 380 euros, I think it was 360. If I would have been asked when I come on this, I would have said this. This is where I personally felt, okay, yeah, I miscalculated. And then they just deactivate the comment section on their post.
Because it's not here, it's not good communication and everything. Even for, I know you got a lot of support from your boss and everything, because mainly you can see this today in general, it says negative support, which is like a kind of war between the team and the rest of it.
Also, one reason why I did the process, so when in Münster they feel treated bad, I was like, shit, I will lose out because they will not come TTS. I figured afterwards. No matter what happens, I don't care. I wasn't involved. And for 6 months, I was hoping they come back ever. And then I realized at this event, because Mark was fighting with Jam and talk that thing.
Mark didn't fight.
No, but Mark says that things in a
Yeah, okay.
And I see, okay, they will not come back anyway. So this is why I think, okay,
Yeah,
that's right.
It's bad for everybody.
Yeah, that's the thing. I also wrote, I mean, maybe I went a little bit far with the testing, and because I felt already, if my post doesn't bring anything, okay, at least I wrote it, and it can't be anywhere more negative, because already at this event, it was clear, after 6 months, X-ray versus US, by terms of how you talk, how you fit, and of course, like a guy like Antoine is in the middle, and 1 second. Yeah, and then maybe I went a bit far with this part, where maybe Martin said online, and I got only one message from X-ray guy, with Jan. He disagreed with what I said about the gas, like and he said I was 100% right about the tires.
Yeah, tires were shit.
Yeah, about what I wrote, and it's okay.
I mean, today, every race you can afford it.
Yeah, I know.
Consistency of
And
the
if nothing changes, this might be fine.
We're going to move it.
Apparently to unplug it, really.
No.
Just slacks for the road.
It just looped through. It's not going to go underneath that.
Attention, the track is open. After the alignment block, go to the starting box. Go to the starting box. Attention.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Jacopo! Dai, vieni qua. Corri!
2 minutes to drive. One minute to drive. Seconds to drive. Stop the car. 9. Stop the 8. Stop the 1. Stop the 5. Stop the 7. Stop the 3. Race finish.
The track is open. Please align to the starting box. The marshal, please, the driver of the previous free practice, final C, Spec class, the marshal. Attention lineup.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
No scores, no. Couple goes on the floor. Yes. Couple goes on the floor for push-up. No. No. Good.
Startless car, eight. Startless 1, startless 3, startless 5, startless 10. Startless 4. Startless 7. Startless 2, race position.
Track is open, please align to your starting box.
Just getting set for the practice A-main for the Spec class. See the drivers all stood there on the rostrum, ready. Cars heading round to the line. I think this is going to be a pretty full grid of cars. Welcome to you if you are just joining our coverage. There's still practice finals running at the minute. Finals proper will start at 12 o'clock, but just give you a bit of an update as to what's happening. We'll keep an eye on what's happening during this Spec A-main practice, and then we'll be back in to let you know what's happening during the mod A-main practice as well.
Please align to your starting box. Attention driver.
Full grid of cars. Alex Deshay going to lead this one away from Simon Lauter.
5, 4, 3.
Everybody successfully through the first turn. One of the orange cars further back down the field. There's a couple of all orange body shell cars. One is Max Mackler. I think the other one might be Frederick Hovgaard. Out in front, we have Deshay leading from Lauter from ISA. Out onto the main straight, still very, very slippery here. I think Zach Finley is on the grass, or certainly one of the orange-coloured body shells. Yeah, we will have moving cameras for the finals, so not to worry for that, for the finals proper. Just seeing the lead battle coming out onto the main straight. Deshay leading from Lauter. These two have got a bit of a jump. Isa having a good battle with Filippo Domani as well. Little half spin from Lauter. Currently lapping around 23-second mark. So about 7-8 seconds slower than they were managing yesterday, or Friday, during qualifying. Fairly decent lead for Deshay now. Car looking still a little bit loose, hasn't got complete confidence in it. Certainly more traction in the car than there was earlier. Domani's got himself up into third position overall. Lauter still running in second. So leader just sweeps around past race control and out onto the main straight once more. Simon Lauter giving chase to him. Gap between the front two. Currently about 2.5 seconds. Max Mackler's got himself up into third position, or he had himself up into third position. I think Damani's just back in front of him again. In fact, that's the 5 car of Federico Barbieri. Up into third position. Max down into fourth. Lauter closing in on the rear of Deshay. So they're heading round, out down the main straight once more. Quicker that time round by about 0.2. Gap between them currently 0.9. Right, closing in on a pack of traffic. 1.5 minutes left. So maybe not getting them. Lauter's just had a spin coming out onto the main straight. It's still so slippery up here at the top end of the circuit. Just they come past race control. Little bit too early on the throttle and round it goes. Max Mackler back up into third position as well from Simon Lauter. So it's 1 from 2 from 7. You can still see on that camera shot the sort of dry line on the outside. Still damp. Drying. 1 minute of this A-main spec practice left. We've then got 6 open or modified races. We'll be back for the A-main practice of the spec or mod, or open, and then we will also be back on in around 40 minutes time, all the way through to bring you live action of every single final from that point. Alex Deshay looking like he's got this practice final kind of in his pocket. Starting to carve his way through the traffic. Of course, obliged to get out of his way. In fact, Lauter's taken a fairly decent chunk out of that, though. Last couple of seconds. I think he's going to run out of time to get back. So Deshay makes the extra lap that Lauter just misses out on. Max crosses the line in third position, with Barbieri fourth. Alex Deshay taking that one then. Notable lap times. Simon Lauter and Max Mackler both pretty identical on sort of 22.5. So that pair looking like they have the pace out there. Like 0.3 up on Alex Deshay. Simon Lauter's got a good chance from second if he can keep it on the track and displays that pace all the way through. We're going to let the open finals and the practice for the lower open finals run, and then we'll be back in time for the practice for the mod A-main. So again, thank you to the event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpedal, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this coverage, and we'll be back shortly.
Driver attention.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Next driver.
4 minutes to drive.
Deve spostare evidentemente una chiudio gialla nel passeggio del pubblico. Le due gialla da spostare immediatamente. C'è da spostare urgentemente una Peugeot gialla nel passeggio del pubblico.
1 minute to drive.
Ok.
30 seconds to flat race, the finish race, the main race.
Attention, the track is open. Please align to your starting box. Attention driver.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Please withdraw your car. Bajas plazos, withdraw your car.
1 minute to drive.
Ma chi ha di permesso, cazzo? No, ma se tu mi spingi, c'ho altre persone. Dai, il giorno che te ci vedo, così ci
Stop and car 4.
vedi Simone come ha tutto felicitezza, ma dai, è tutto uguale. Però
Stop and 10. Stop and 1.
All cars will be delayed.
Per 10 euro.
disperato. Che io gli davo
L'ha fatto lui, già l'hanno piegata 4 mani.
poi questi di qua stanno qui sono ma io posso farti un po' di
Marca please. Come on guys.
che è inside. Io sto volendo da pure quella mia
Perché io ero a bordo della linea, allora mi sono messo così con la donna, me ne ha girate tutti i colori per entrare in pista.
Tracchi sopra.
se mi medizza bianco vado subito
Penso che giovedì già loro hanno iniziato a dividere, abbiamo messo dei pannelli serpenti nella pannella, quindi hanno montato le case sopra
Please align to the starting box.
bello mazza oh perché
Attention driver.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Moments to drive. Minutes to drive.
Proszę cię, Dimitri! Proszę cię, Synestia!
Two minutes to drive. One minute to drive. Next step needs to drive. Second. Startless 3. Startless 1. Startless 2. Startless 4.
Please don't smoke below the 10. Don't smoke below the 10.
Startless 9. Race finished.
Attention, the track is open. One lap and then a line to the starting box. There is one driver that is in the wrong heat there. Start the grid, start the grid. Overlap. Attention driver.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Four minutes to drive.
If you want, il ristorante è aperto for anyone who wants. The restaurant is open.
lift 11. Stop lift 7. Stop lift 1.
Track is open. Please align to the starting box. Stop the group. Level up. Attention, wire.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. 7. Startless 3. Race finish.
Welcome back and good afternoon, morning, depending on where you are in the world. To you, if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, all set for our coverage of the finals here from the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships in Gubbio, Italy. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this coverage. We're just getting set for the practice A-main, getting ready to go. Story so far this morning, I've had a free practice run in heat order. We've had the practice finals, which are just coming to an end, running slightly behind time schedule, but we believe that the first of the Formula finals, the Formula B final, will be live pretty much as soon as this race finishes. So just about within the next 10 minutes, we believe. We'll bring you full update on that as soon as we get it. Weather is set to be good for the rest of the day. We'll bring you moving camera shots as soon as we get onto the mains proper. And just thought we would sort of join you for this practice A-main, see if we can see any kind of description of what's going on, pick up anything out there. Still very, very slippery. The area of the track you can see in the top left-hand corner of your shot, just under the RCTV banner. That's in the shade. The track is still quite slick in that area, so that's where you start to build up the power all the way through round onto that sweep out on the main straight. The track here in Gubbio, fantastic facility, mainly used for nitro cars. There's a thick black line of oil down all the way around the circuit, so as you can imagine, incredibly slippery when the track is wet. Still some damp patches out there on the circuit, but drying quite rapidly once we get the sun round throughout the finals. Should pick up quite nicely. Looking like we've got all 10 cars forming up on the grid here for the A-main.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Bruno gets away quite cleanly at the start. Looks like Bruno is running race paint, but we have got Chrissy Craps gone around the outside of him into the first series of turns. So Chrissy leading this one. Alex Hagberg in third position as they come around across the line for the first time. Chrissy leading from Bruno, who does a fairly hefty drift down onto the main straight. We will have tracking cameras for this once the finals are actually live. This is just the practice final. Bruno crawling all over the back of Chrissy now, trying to find his way past as they come out onto the main straight. They're tiptoeing through as they get out onto the straight. About 10k down on max speed. Bruno having a little half spin as they exited the sweeper, and Chrissy has done the same thing. Chrissy's put 2 tyres on the grass. He's dropped down into third now behind Alex. Chrissy drifting all over the place as he's trying to get heat back in the tyres, that moisture off the tyres through the damp section of the circuit. Big lead for Bruno now. Alex holding up a chain of cars behind him. Can see Akio Sabue up into... what's that, 4th position. Mark Reinhard in 5th as they sweep across the line this time. Yep, that's correct. Remember, moving cameras will be available for the full finals. This is just practice finals. Off down the main straight, Akio now up into 2nd position. Alex dropping to 3rd. Mark running in 4th, trying to find his way past Alex. Big move forward from Mark then. So expecting the first final to be on the line in about 5 minutes' time after the conclusion of this. Going to go straight out into the Formula B-main. Going to have 3-leg finals for all of the A-mains and 2-leg finals for everybody else. Looks like Alex has just tagged Yannick, moved further back down the field. Bruno still leading this one. Orlowski and Reinhard up to 2nd and 3rd from 9th and 10th on the grid. And Michael and Mark working quite nicely together. Looking at lap times. Best time from Bruno, a 17.6. Nobody else sub 18. 17.69, so realistically it's a 17.7. So about 0.3 faster than anybody else out there on a hot lap is Bruno. Actually, we've just seen Michael, now he's broken clear of traffic, doing a 17.7. So looking like Michael Orlowski might have some pace. Problem is, he's going to be starting 10th. So even if he has got pace in these slightly slipperier conditions, to challenge Bruno on single speed, he's going to have to come through from the back, at least twice over the 3 legs. Might be a bit of a tall order, but it's a field full of world-class drivers, so we'll see what happens on that one. 1 minute 15 left of this practice A-main for the open class. One minute left. Bruno comfortably out in front. Michael Orlowski running in second. Akio up in to 3rd position. Bruno just coming around. Alex dives out of his way. Closing in on Hayato now as they come out towards the straight with 30 seconds left to put a lap on Hayato. Let's just see him get out of Bruno's way. There we go. Bruno dives down the inside. Hayato nearly runs into the back of him, but just about checks up. Very good pace from Michael Orlowski. Still going sub 18, although he's had a half spin, slightly slow on that last lap. Bruno Coelho wins the practice final from Michael Orlowski. Sabui in 3rd. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on our coverage on RC Racing TV. We're expecting to have started around 10 minutes ago, but slight delay on that one. So we're going to give you an update as to exactly what's happening with the timetable as soon as we have it. That is all of the practice mains now complete. Just seeing if we have a time schedule update for you. So first final is now scheduled for 12:30. So there is going to be around a 20-minute delay, a 20-minute break now until we have the first final on and ready to go. In terms of A-final times, we've got people asking when A-mains are scheduled to be on. The first Formula A-main is scheduled to begin at 12:38. The first Spec A-main at 13:02, so 2 minutes past 1. The first modified is scheduled to be at 13:50. We then have the second Formula A-main scheduled at 14:18. We have the second modified A-main, a little bit bumped up the schedule immediately after the second F final for modified, so that time will be 15:18. And then we have got the third legs. There's only three. Only the A finals go to 3 legs. So 1600. Again, this is local time for Formula. 16:08 for Spec, and 16:28 for Open. So there's going to be a probably like a 10-minute gap, I think, after the Spec final, the end of the Spec final, to get those guys out there. So coming on, and we're going to be starting at 12:30. So once again, thank you to our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sumpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport, for helping us to bring you this coverage. We've got about 15 minutes now before the start of the first Formula main. So we're going to drop off air, and then once that's run, before that runs, we'll join you, and then we're with you pretty much all the way through the afternoon. A couple of little gaps in there between a few of the finals, a few of the rounds, but all good. So thank you again for joining our coverage here, and we'll be back shortly.
One, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. As you can see, start of finals has been delayed very slightly until 12:30 Central European time. It's currently 12:17, so we're just going to go off air for around 10 minutes. Just to give us a chance to have a break. We'll be with you pretty much all the way through the finals, so back very shortly.
Barry.
Le marshal, please. Le marshal, please. Final A. Open class.
Dillo Vito.
I've done it. I don't understand. Bruno said, yes, I agree, we take it from one box. And even the Japanese cannot speak coding, very understood, he said. And now we're going to say, so that because when he was back to his team, they were freaking out to him because he said, okay, we're going to do it. Then they went on Bruno, Nicola Marolo, and Bruno. They went did that to his guard for like 20 minutes. Then it changed. And then went back to his. If they have nothing wrong with doing the tire, then it should be no problem for him to pick his tires, win again by 5 seconds, and everybody says, respect. Or this would even motivate him more. Even Robert, he's like, he cannot understand. But like this shows us now that they're really doing something. But they should inform the people. Not only put a fucking paper outside where they signed it, yes, we stick to rules. Not even saying what others we say. Yes, they just put a stamp outside, fuck it, rejected, finished. It's just big kid like that. There should be no one just goes under the table, just like everyone is signing it, no one
Welcome back. We are getting set for the F1 B-main to go live. This is the first of 2 Formula B finals set to take place this afternoon. Once these finals have begun, there's not really any gaps scheduled in there, so we'll try and keep you up to date as to what is happening over the course of the afternoon. Keep checking back in regularly because things do seem a little bit fluid at the moment. Alexandra Perrin is going to lead this final away from Thomas. In fact, no, Thomas Sova is out there. Just not seeing his transponder having picked up as he crossed the line.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Perrin leads away into the first turn, the pink and black coloured car. Still slightly slippery here in Gubbio. Track is still drying out. Had a couple of runs of practice this morning. Got some nice battling for position going on between second and third. Perrin tries to get the power down coming out onto the main straight. Good start from the 5 car of Nicky Taylor, jumping up into So Nikki Taylor running now in the lead. We've got the leader running now out. Believe we're just having a slight issue with the main camera, so we'll just keep you informed with what is going on out there on circuit. Nikki Taylor is leading. Nikki Taylor leading this final from Alexandra Perrin. Nikki from 5th on the grid. He made the top heat, chatting to him in the pits. Felt maybe making the back end of the top heat in qualifying seemed like quite a good thing after seeding practice, but potentially cost him a little bit. Being one of the quicker cars in a lower heat can sometimes be a bit of an advantage for them over the top heat.
Zach, check the
back
switch.
of the top heat. Nikki Taylor still leading this one. Again, apologies, we're just having a slight minor technical issue, so we'll keep talking whilst they're going around describing what is going on. Alexandra Perrin is running in 2nd, Marek Sova up into 3rd from 8th on the grid. In terms of lap times, Nikki Taylor has done a 25.3. 25.5 looks to be the next best lap out there from
Go, Zach, go.
Michael Freebull. Michael Freebull out there up into 3rd position now with the 4 car. Just waiting to pick up the 4 car as he comes round. Car is just looping round now, about to cross the line onto the loop to the start-finish straight and head off down there.
Zach, check cables.
Nikki Taylor still leading this one from Perrin. Michael Freebull in 3rd position. Seen a little half spin from Perrin, actually. Mark Young asking, is it just one B final for F1? No, Mark, there are 2 finals for the B-main. So everybody gets 2 finals with the exception of the A finalists, who have 3. Nikki Taylor still leading this one from Alexandra Perrin. Michael Freebull in 3rd position. Gaps between them. There's about a 9-second lead now Nikki Taylor has. Michael is about 6 seconds back. One minute remaining. Nikki Taylor with the 5 car just coming round through onto the main straight. Sweeps through all the way down. Let's just see what speed he achieves as he crosses the line. 70k just as he crosses the loop. You can see the speeds have been a little bit lower today as they're struggling to get the power down past the race control building out onto the main straight. Speeds dropping off, backing off a little bit. Just looking at our lead car now. He is coming up to lap 3rd position car just as they're coming through across the timing loop now. So he is the bluish coloured car just out onto the main straight now, following the red coloured car. Nikki Taylor has taken that one. Waiting for Alexandra Perrin to finish. Nikki Taylor takes that then from Alexandra Perrin. Marek Sova up from 8th on the grid. Takes 3rd in the first leg. Michael Freebull 4th. can see 12 cars in this main. There were 22 entrants into the class. So rather than run a final for 2 cars, they allowed 12 into the B-main. Waiting then for the first A-main of the weekend. The Formula class being a World Cup rather than a World Championship. Again, thank you to our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport, for helping us to bring you this live coverage here from Gubbio in Italy. Getting set for A-main number 1 for Formula class. 1 of 3 that will be held. So these running in the normal order. Only real divergence from a typical running order will be the second of the modified A-mains, which is going to drop in halfway through the round. The third round only consisting of 3 finals. Mark Young says, well done, Nicky Taylor. Yep, good to see. So the A-main is going to consist of David Erbar from pole position, Luke Lee from second, Andreas Stiebler will start third, Lucas Hoch going to start fourth, Brian Ferreira fifth, Jitsi Medema in sixth, Alessandro Manciocci in seventh position, Giulio Barini, Christian Grentz and Pietro Lucifora will be starting in 10th position, waiting for cars to be released out onto the grid. Cars all set to be released. Head out onto the circuit. Everybody just heading out onto the circuit. RC Dump says go Jitsi. Driving from 6th, he had some very good pace in the damp back on Friday. Just trying to remember which day it is now. This a extended day. Original schedule had this meeting being finished yesterday. Unfortunately, due to inclement weather, an extra day was created so that we could try and get some dry running in. And fortunately, we've got a mostly dry track out there now. David Erbar going to lead this one away then from Luke Lee as they form up on the grid. Top 4 looking like they've had a step of pace ahead of everybody. David looking a little bit more consistent with that pace than both Luke and Andreas. But Lucas Hoch could get himself involved in the battle too. All getting set as everybody's lining up. You can see Pietro Lucifora just ahead of his grid spot. Not sure if the ref will pick that up. David Erbar leads away from Luke Lee. There's a high line from Andreas Stiebler trying to go around the outside, and Stiebler has popped out in second. Stiebler running in second position. Waiting for lap number 1 to complete, or the first timed lap all the way around. Looks like Andreas Stiebler has got the lead. So Stiebler leading from Erbar. Ferrara up into third position. and Luke Lee in fourth. Apology, I've lost individual lap times, although I can see the timing still running, so can't necessarily bring it up. Got them back. So Stiebler is leading this one from Urbar. Ferrara in third position from Luke Lee. So it is the 3 car of Stiebler. Stiebler still leading this one as he comes out onto the main straight, the green coloured car. Off down the main straight. That's our leader that we're running with, Andreas Stiebler. Urbar running in second position. Trying to chase him down. Gap currently, let's just see as they cross the line, it was about 1.3 seconds last time round. Let's just see as it updates. It's going on for 2.7, so it's a decent lead for Stiebler. Tail end of his car stepping out a little bit, still very, very slippery, these rear-wheel drive cars. This World Cup for Formula A final. Stiebler out onto the main straight. Wider line from Urbar out of the back of shot. Stiebler running through quite nicely through the middle of the field. Luke has got himself back up into third position. Luke running a different coloured body shell. Luke running a all red, like burgundy coloured shell out there, and is trying to chase down the front two. He's still some distance behind. David Urbar closing in on the back of this car that we are running with, though, Andreas Stiebler. David's taken a chunk out of that gap. Now he's got it down to 1.4 seconds. Was up over 2 seconds a couple of laps ago. So lead gap, we are looking at the leader at the moment. Lead gap is coming down, it's heading down. David Urbar taking some more flowing, slightly wider lines, catching and passing traffic. We've got 1.5 minutes left. Stiebler would like to take this, get one leg of the A-main, get his hand on one leg of the A-main and get that done. Urbar closing in with, how long have we got left? We've got 1 minute 15 of this final left to run. Gap remaining relatively constant at the minute. Looking at the last lap times, a 22.5 from Andreas Stiebler, 22.6 from David Urbar. So mistake there, and so we've had a mistake, and David Urbar now back to the front. So Stiebler running a little bit wide into the loop in the centre of the circuit. Out onto the main straight, David Urbar now leads. So the blue and white coloured car, you can see in shot of David Urbar leading this one now by about 0.6 of a second with 40 seconds left. So Stiebler had that in his hands, and a small mistake cost him, dropped him right down the field. Gap still very, very close. As they cross the line, Stiebler's going to be kicking himself for that mistake. David Urbar will be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief. It's closing right up, though, as we come into finishing times now. So this is the last lap. Stiebler knows this is it. He's got to send it now as they come round the loop, cross the line, and Urbar just about hangs on to it from Stiebler. Very, very close there at the end. For finishing times, no, they're still, they made the split. Sorry, still having some issues with the updating of the timing. They're on to the final lap then as they come round and through. Urbar still from Stiebler. And as they come round, cross the line, let's just watch this as they come round. Stiebler dives for it. Does he get it? Not quite, no. Missed it by like 2/100ths of a second. So valiant effort from Andreas Stiebler, taking a dive as they cross the line. Just on the inside, he had no hope of making that last corner, the line that the first corner out onto the main straight, the line that Stiebler was taking, but just turned in and dived through. So almost so close there, but David Urbar just about hanging on to that one. So top three were the top three starters, but Andreas Stiebler did get ahead of Luke Lee. Those two, the only drivers to make the extra lap in the end. with that out of the way, we are on to the Spec C-main. Spec C-main getting set to go. Spec C final getting ready to go. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. Okay. Yeah, apologies. It seems we had a bit of a timing issue there, which caused us to miss the last lap, or the end of the last lap on shot. No actual changes for position, but if we do lose the timing a little bit patchy here, but we're trying to keep on top of it as best we can. So again, thank you to our event sponsors: X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sumperdale, Hobbywing, and Tony Sport. We're going to hear from one of them right now.
Attention, the track is open.
Okay, we're back here in Gubbio, all set for the first leg of the Spec C final. So these first of the touring cars and the first World Championship final of the afternoon, the Formula cars running a World Cup. A few cars missing in this one. Unfortunately, some people have had to leave and go home due to the overshoot in the time schedule.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Elbisair leads this one away from Pietro Federico. The blue, white and orange coloured car of Benjamin Elbisair leading round lap number 1. Pietro Federico, the yellow and orange coloured car behind him as they come out onto the main straight, and a spin for Federico. Third place car of Alessio Navaria catches up with him, and Nikos, the Greek driver, gets up into second position. Running with our leader at the moment. He's got a huge lead after lap number 1. Already then after, well, the second time through the first full complete lap on there, we are looking at a gap of, it's come down fairly dramatically. So Nikos is closing in. Nikos, the all-yellow coloured car, just in the back of your shot, if we can pick up the second place man. They're running with Nikos there, car number 5. Trying to chase down Elbisair. Kenneth Bertelsen running in third position at the moment. Running with our second place car. Trying to chase down the leader, Elbisair, through the middle of the circuit. Gap is certainly coming down. Slightly wider line on the exit there, trying to avoid the thick black line if possible. Spin for the leader, so we now have a new leader. Nikolakopoulos is leading this final now. The all-yellow coloured car, he's coming up to car number 8 of Yanos Narantzis to put a lap on him, and they come through out onto the main straight. So lead battle running that car you can see behind is Benjamin Elbisser in second position. Great battle going on out in the front of the field, these two. Elbisser takes a look down the inside across the curb. Doesn't quite make it. Round the bot dots they go, coming through out onto the main straight. This is the slippery part of the track as they slide through and on the grass. So, okay, we've got Nikos is on the grass, disappeared behind the hedge, out of shot. So we've got Elbisser now leading this one. Yeah, massive gap for Elbisser. As they come round, we'll get an update this time because it was, I think Nikos actually was leading as he span backwards across the line into the grass. Elbisser leading this one now from Kent Bertilsson. And lapped last time round some 1 second faster. Only two drivers having gone sub 20 on a lap, which is Elbisser and Nikos. Absolutely massive gap, just waiting to see 302, place 302. So about 5.5 second lead for this car that we're running with. No particularly close battles out there at the moment. Everybody fairly well spaced out. We'll stick with the leader. About 1.5 minutes of this final remaining. Billy Fletcher asking, was there any wet running? Yeah, the track was wet this morning, Billy, for the two sort of practice finals. It is still a little bit wet at the top of the circuit. We're still running with Elbisser. Wet, probably not the right word. It's damp, it's moist. It's the shaded part of the circuit that they're just about to enter up past us here in race control. There we go. That is the slickest part of the track. It will dry out over the course of the day as the sun comes around onto it. Coming up to 45 seconds to go. Elbisser leading this one now by, what have we got? About 9 seconds. Nikos was right in the lead earlier, but small mistake dropped him down into third position, and such a tiny mistake, just picking up the throttle slightly too early, coming through, span across the line backwards, and actually showed us the leader for that lap. Ended up on the grass, just in that little hedge dividing it. So as we come in towards the final 10 seconds of the 5 minutes, Elbisser has taken that one then from Bertilsson. Billy Fletcher, how come they didn't get any running yesterday morning? Unfortunately, they needed a team manager meeting to decide what the schedule would be if it rained later in the day. And that took place first thing whilst the track was at its driest, or at its most runnable. By the time it did get to a stage where they could have done something, there wasn't enough time to get a complete run in. And RC Race Cars, that's Stu Cartwright asking, did I spend yesterday practicing my Greek pronunciations? We had a go, Nikos did well to finish at third position in that final anyway. So what have we got coming up next? We have got the B final for Spec. Again, thank you to our event sponsors here in Gubbio, they being X-Ray, Monaco, Sumperdau, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. And I believe we can hear from one of them now. Seeing some of the details of the MR33 pit equipment available from Tony Sport, including car stands, which got quite a workout yesterday. Just waiting now for the first of the Spec B finals to go up. Cars being released out from the pit lane. Again, one of two finals for the Spec B. So remember, the all three A finals will have 3 legs. We're going to see pretty much in order, but the second mod A has been shuffled to the middle of the second round to give them time to drop off at the end. Question: did the standing water create a headache for all the drivers? New setup. I think they've mostly run a similar setup, perhaps a little bit thinner on the diffs. It's pretty much drying out now. Lap times a little bit slower, but obviously in finals it doesn't matter as much as in qualifying. But getting ready for the start. Roberto Fabiano set to lead away. I think we're missing Kevin Sparbeer. Also missing Soren Sparbeer from a later race, so I believe they may have had to go home, had flights booked.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Fabiano leads away into the first corner from Wagner. Muscolino in third position as they flow through, so it's the all-white coloured body shell of Roberto Fabiano leading away from the all-orange of Manuel Wagner. The white and teal coloured car of Muscolino in third place, and we've got a spin in second from Wagner. Just coming out onto the main straight. As we said, it was really, really slippery there. Still running with Fabiano in first position. Reflecting Wagner in second at the moment, but it's going to change as they cross the loop this time. Muscolino's going to pop up into second. Wagner falling like a stone as they go down. And just see out of shot, it's all gone wrong for Wagner. He's had another spin. He's best part of a lap down already. Rousselin up into second place now. Enzo Rousselin, French driver. Little bit of a coming together between Rousselin and Muscolino. They're just sorting themselves out. Meanwhile, out in front, we've got, you're just seeing that happen in the back of shot. We're with Roberto Fabiano, our leader. You can just see from that slightly wider shot in the back of the shot, you can see the battle for second flowing through. Rousselin now starting to build a gap in second position. Trying to close in on Fabiano. So we'll stay with Fabiano as we wait for Rousselin to become bigger and bigger and bigger in the back of shot. Gap last time round when they crossed the line. This time round it's about 1.4 seconds. Will there be less grip than before because of the rain yesterday? Yes, absolutely. You wouldn't expect lap times to be as fast as they were on Wednesday evening, Thursday and Friday for qualifying. You might see just getting somewhere near by the end of finals. Still with Roberto Fabiano at the moment from Enzo Rousselin. Second place closing in. So gap coming down as they head through into the infield. Rousselin trying to set up a move. He's trying to figure out where he's quicker. As they loop out onto the main straight. Pair of them together as they come around across the line. Slightly wider line. Manages to keep it together. It's really slippery when you go out wide there. So a slightly quicker lap from Fabiano. That attack from Rousselin not quite working out. He's got lap traffic now right behind him that's being very, very generous, actually. That the 8 car of Jacopo Antonelli. Front two still going at it. Enzo Roussillon recharging for another go, building himself up as they come round sideways as he throws it across the curb. Manages to hang on to that with a Larry drift all the way around the sweeper. A couple of wheels on the grass. Let's just see, can he hang on to that? That's going to take a while to build some traction back up. That's going to open the door for Muscolino to come back. So Muscolino's come back up into second place. Move back to the, if we can move back one car to the battle. There we go. That is now Muscolino running in second position. Muscolini running in second from Roussillon in third. Muscolino now trying to close in on Roberto Fabiano, who's going to feel beaten up. A marshal's just put his foot down right in front of the car of Enzo Roussillon. I saw bits of debris coming off. I think that's a broken car for Roussillon. So super unlucky. The marshal sort of sweeping bits of debris off with his feet. Roberto Fabiano still leading this one. Andrea Muscolino closing right in. We've got Tassos Batas up into third position from P10 on the grid. What have we got coming in on the last lap? Front two are together, and that's a change for position, I believe. No, that was lap traffic. That was the 5 car. So sorry, there's 2 white cars out there. So we have got Roberto Fabiano crosses the line to take that from Muscolino, and so unlucky for Roussillon. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're getting set for the first World Championship A-main of the weekend, that being the Spec A-main. So again, thank you to our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sumperdale, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. And I believe we can hear from one of them now. So we are back, getting set for the first leg of the Spec A-main, first leg of finals, so no winners decided with this round. Waiting for the A-main cars to be released into the pit lane. Alex Deshay will lead this final away from Simon Lauter, Adam Isay, Filippo Domani, Federico Barbieri, Ollie Bultink, Max Mackler, Zach Finley, Frederick Hovgaard and Luca Ramagnoli. Cars now starting to form up on the grid. There's a starting grid appearing on the screen. Slight adjustments for car positions. Everybody getting settled, everybody getting set.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Deshay leads away, and already we have got Lauter all over the back of him. As they flow around through the infield, Lauter had a faster lap by about 3/10 in the practice main. Track has a bit more grip in it now. Deshay sideways as he goes out on the straight. Deshay down into the pit lane, gets collected. So we have got Lauter now leading this one from Adam Isay. Simon Lauter leading from Adam Isay as they come round into the infield. Just seeing who pops out in third. There's a couple of white cars out there. It is Deshay who's held on to third position after his excursion down the pit entry. Very, very fast car there for Adam Isay, looking like he's got an awful lot of pace in a straight line. Simon Lauter still leading this one, the white and burgundy coloured car as they come down and out onto the main straight. Adam Isay still running. Adam Isay in second position. Still with Simon Lauter leading this one from Baltink. We have got Deshay trying to get back after that earlier mistake on lap one, that half spin into the pit lane. Lauter now trying to edge away. Deshay closing in on the back of Isay. Isay's had a half spin. Just saw that out of the back of shot. So Isay's had another spin. This is distilling down into a battle between the front two then. Lauter from Deshay. Let's have a look at the lap times as they come around this time. Deshay was about 3/10 faster last time round. Let's have a look and see what it is this time round. 18.4 for Lauter, 18.6 for Deshay. 0.2 of a second gap between those two. Gap now set at about 1.5 seconds. 0.2 faster that time round for Deshay. We're focused on the car of Simon Lauter. He's led this from not quite lap one. He got past just after they'd crossed the line on lap one from Alex Deshay, who made a mistake and sort of span down towards the pit entry. Adam Isay still running in third position, although dropping down the field, or back towards the field a little bit. Closing in, edging back towards Simon Lauter is Alex Deshay. Deshay is the white car just in the back of shot. As they go off down the main straight once more, let's have a look at the lap times. 18.5 for the pair of them. Gap about 1.2 seconds now. Lauter coming up on some traffic. The first one dives out the way, the 9 car. So does the pink car. That the 10 car. Deshay's got to get past the pair of them. Deshay's past the green 9 car and past the 10 car. That's Hovgaard and Ramignoli. Great driving from the pair of them not to get involved in it. Gap 1.4 seconds now between them. Lauter's driving as tight as he can. He can see, with 1 minute left, he can see Deshay coming behind him as they close in on the end of this run. They're flowing through the middle of the field. There's no traffic in front of them, so unless there's any accidents, they shouldn't have any problems. Everybody being super well behaved so far in terms of traffic. still running with Simon Lauter as he goes through the banked sweeper off the end of the main straight. Heading round through now through the infield, through the S's. There is one white car spun in front of them. Doesn't affect either of them. He stayed on the grass. 18.4 last time round for Deshay. 18.6. The gap's come down. It's now 9/10 of a second between them into the final 15 seconds. They might get an extra lap. They are going to have an extra lap. We've got Lauter, and Deshay's had a roll onto his roof, back onto his wheels. So they're going to make the extra lap, or Lauter is. Does Deshay make the extra lap? He does make the extra lap. So down to a last lap battle. Simon Lauter's got a comfortable gap in his pocket. He just needs to not make a mistake and drive through. He's currently clear through the middle of the field. There we go. He can just take this last corner quite easy. It doesn't matter how close Deshay gets to him. Simon Lauter crosses the line to take leg one of the A-main. Alex Deshay in second position. Adam Isay in third position. There we go then. Simon Lauter taking that from Alex Deshay. Adam Isay, Federico Barbieri, Ollie Boltink, Zach Finley up to 6th from 8th. Max Mackler stayed 7th. Luca Ramagnoli, Frederick Hofgaard and Filippo Domani in 10th position. So understand we had a slight issue with one of the cameras at the start there, so apologies for that. So we brought you voice over. You still had some indication of what was going on, as well as the timing. Of course, if you want to watch this with live timing, you can see that on my RCM. So going ready for the F final now for the open class. But first we want to hear from one of our sponsors. Okay, so again, thank you to all of our sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport, for helping us here at RC Racing TV bring you this live coverage from Gubbio. Welcome to you if you are just joining us to view. Who have we got? Bob's RC from Canada. Drivers we've got taking part in this final. We've got Victor Litvinenko, Chun Yin Lee, Andreas Johansson, Julian Yost, Alexander Johansson, Damien Giddins, Stamatis Kontazoglu, and Mike Haswell. Just waiting for drivers to be released out onto the track. Just waiting for cars to be released out. I think we are possibly going to be a few cars light for some of these lower finals. Meeting was scheduled to finish yesterday, but this extra day was created. It's meant some people who have had flights to catch need to get back today for work, etc. tomorrow. Haven't been able to stick around. So everybody leaving the pit lane apart from Damien Giddins, who's been caught napping. It's now gone. Scotty saying good morning all. Good morning, Scotty. Or good afternoon from here in Italy. Everybody out and forming up on the line. Looks like we've got quite a full grid as well. We've got a full grid of 8 cars for this final.
Attention driver. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Litvinenko leads away from Lee. Lee having a look around the outside if he can find a way through. Lee, oh, there's been a coming together between the two leaders. Litvinenko gets away with it. Looks like you don't want to be touching Litvinenko. But in second position, we have got the 4 car of Julian Yost. Julian Yost coming round and pressuring for the lead as they come across the line all over the back of Litvinenko. Third position, we have got Stamatis Kontazoglu all the way up from 8th position. Was that contact? That was Litvinenko off. So I think we have got the 7 car now in the lead. We have. So Stamatis Kontazoglu now leading this one off down the main straight. There we go. That's our leader. With Johansson now going to pick up the front. So we have got Alexander Johansson running in the lead now from P5 on the grid. So a little bit chaotic, this modified final. First of the modified finals here. They've had a practice final, but traction very, very different this time out. I think they're getting caught out by thinking that they had the traction to put that power down. These modified powered cars or open powered cars, very, very fast. Down the main straight, seeing speeds in excess of, well, 120k we saw from some of them earlier on in this weekend. Damien Giddens is at the back of the field doing donuts by himself. Alexander Johansson we're running with, though, leading this one. He's got a lead of best part of 4 seconds, but there's no close battles going on out there, really. Everybody fairly evenly spaced. So we can stick with the leader for now. We'll keep an eye on any close battles that appear, but can't see anything forming. Although I think actually Kontazoglu and Yost might be there, just the pair that are coming off the bank sweeper. So they're coming round through underneath the X-ray flags. There we go. That is our battle for second place. Stamatis Kontazoglu and Julian Yost heading off down the main straight, doing battle. Stamatis running in second position, Julian in third position. And, slight run wide there from Stamatis as they came out of the shade. So Julian Yost up into second position. Nothing fishy going on there. There was just a small mistake. So Haswell gets out of the way of Julian Yost. Mike Haswell still running, building on his lap count for the weekend. 8 laps so far in this final. Leader on lap 9, Alexander Johansson, the 5 car. He's well out in front. Julian Yost now has a fairly big lead. We've got about 1.5 minutes left. So let's see if we can find Alexander Johansson, the leader. Let's just pick him up. We're running with second place man at the minute. Let's just wait for him next time through. It's the 5 car that we're looking for. So, yeah, 5 car is just coming around the sweeper now, out onto the main straight. There we go, that's our leader, Johansson. Running body shell looks very, very similar actually to Julian Yost. Five car and the 4 car pretty close to each other, a little bit more white on the front of the 4 car. At the other end of the circuit, quite difficult for other drivers as well to spot though. But those two going away. Julian Yost closing in a little bit on Johansson. 0.3 quicker last time round. Got 30 seconds left. Gap just under 3 seconds, so I don't think they're going to have a particularly close battle. I think Johansson just needs to keep this one rolling. He's off down the main straight, pretty much the length of the main straight lead that he's got, with 10 seconds left. So just needs to bring this one home. Neither of them predicted to make the extra lap, so this is the final lap that we're on now. As he comes round towards the line, time has expired as they come round, crosses the line. So Johansson taking that one from Julian Jost and Andreas Johansson. So Alexander Johansson and Andreas Johansson, father and son team. They've crossed the line. Konstantoglu rolls across in 4th position. Litvinenko all the way down to 5th from 1st. So just going to hear from one of our sponsors now. We are back, and welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV for our coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio in Italy. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sumperdale, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this coverage.
And hello to Scotty Ernst in the chat. Hopefully Atsushi-san is watching as well, providing commentary for our Japanese viewers.
Simone D'Artavio is going to lead this E-final away from Dai Sakaguchi, Tim Coman, Pecco Ivanen, Andreas Koutras, Michael Bock, Florian Wilhelm, Daniel Pacini, John Dukakis and Andy Kuna. Little light on numbers for this one, but Simone D'Artavio leads away with the orange-coloured car. The second place car is the 4 car of Pecco Ivanen, so Pecco Ivanen now leading this one. We need a marshal out there in the middle of the track. That's really unfortunate for Simone D'Artavio. Dropped him right down the field, and Pecco Ivanen's now spinning off. So we've got the white and pink coloured car of, I think that's the 5 car of Andreas Koutras leading. Andreas Koutras leads this final from Michael Bock and Andy Kuna, all the way from, well, 10th on the grid. We have got 5 cars running out there. Unfortunately, some drivers having had to leave the event. I say leave early, they've had to leave on time, so missing this extra day today that we've had. Battle for the lead, or battle for second position going on. Let's see if we can move back one set of cars as they come through into shot. There we go. That is Michael Bock is the first of those 2 cars. Andy Kuna in 3rd position. Head off down the main straight. Leader is well away. Pecco now back up into 3rd position with the 4 car. And Pecco closing in quite rapidly on this car of Michael Bock and blast past him as they go out onto the main straight. So let's run with Pecco, this blue-coloured car, and see how he closes in on the back of Andreas Koutras. Charging lap there from Pecco Evenen. Let's see what he's managed. He's done a 17.7. See if he can make any impact on Andreas Koutras with 3 minutes of this run remaining. Oh, a little bit sideways there from Pecco. Let's let Michael Bock close back in. It looks like Pecco's got the speed over Michael. Not sure he's got enough to catch. There's a pretty massive lead for Andreas Koutras. And is that Pecco slowing? Is that Pecco stopping? Yeah, that's Pecco stopping. So Pecco stopped out on circuit. I wondered if he'd been asked to stop and let someone back past. I didn't see any impact, but no, it's just him stopping running. Battle for second place then is this battle that we're just watching going on, and Andy Kuhner now up into... No, sorry, that's not. That's the car of D'Artavio unlapping himself after an early mishap. So D'Artavio now up into fourth position after Evenen drops out. If we can move back one group of cars, so pick up the all-yellow car as we come through. This all-yellow car is Andy Kuhner running in second position now from the car of Michael Bock. This will reflect as they cross the line. There we go. Andy Kuhner up into second position. 12 seconds back from Andreas Koutras. Andreas running away with this final, really, at the front of it. Everybody kind of equidistantly spaced on the circuit. Pecco now not running, so only 4 drivers running in this final. 5 took the start. One minute 10 left. 13-second lead now for Koutras. Kuhner running in second position. So no battles going on. So leader is a couple of cars back. The white and pink coloured car. He's the last car about to enter the main straight now. There we go. That's our leader with 45 seconds left. Let's run for home with him. And very briefly on the grass, but doesn't really matter. It was sort of 2 wheels on the grass. He realised his mistake and recovered it. He's just coming up to lap second place man. Just in the front of shot. That's a battle for position going on, and I don't know if the referee, I think actually Koutras is being very, very generous. He's realised that second and third in front of him, he's leading and a lap down. Okay, Michael Bock's now made a mistake, so that's left Kuhner in second position. Kuhner, I think, was just Koutras was just hanging off of the back of that battle because he's a lap up. He was doing the gentlemanly thing, but didn't really need to. Just coming up for finishing times now as they cross the line. So Koutras takes that one from Andy Kuhner. Michael Bock in third position, and unlucky for Simone D'Artavio. Simone having similar sort of lap speed. In fact, he had the fastest lap of that final with a 17.5 over Andreas Koutras, but too far down to do anything with it. Just hear from one of our sponsors. Welcome back to our coverage here on RC Racing TV of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships for 2022 from Gubbio. Thank you to our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this coverage. Salonet says, watching from Curitiba in Brazil. We're just seeing cars released out onto the circuit for the D final. Harley Eldridge will lead away from Jonathan Gandin, Matthias Knopp, Carl Frederick Grössel, Gabriele Baselli, Benjamin Jabira, Dimitrios Yanidis, Thomas Vigneron, Mate Solk, and Soren Sparbeer. Although I believe Soren might not be here. I think there might be a few others too. Waiting for everybody to form up on the grid for the first time. Harley Eldridge, the all-white coloured car, or one of the all-white coloured cars. Soren Sparbeer was one of the others, but he's not here. I think Jonathan Gandin is the orange coloured car, as is Matthias Knopp. So, slightly brighter orange for Gandin. Looks like we're missing Gabriele Baselli as well as Soren Sparbeer.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Harley leads away into the long bank turn then from Gandin. Lead 2 already seem to have a bit of a gap. They had a great battle going on in practice. Gandin nearly right up the back of Harley as they come out onto the main straight for the first time through the bank sweeper. Slight gap forming now between these two. Matthias Knopp keeping a watching eye in third position, slightly deep there for Harley. Gandin a little bit tighter as they come out onto the main straight, down the straight for the first time, 103k. So Harley has had an incident, dropped down the field. Gandin now leading this one from Knopp. Gandin up the lead, Harley down into third position. Lead 2, the two orange cars still heading round. Jonathan Gandin leading Matthias Knopp. Harley Eldridge trying to recover, fending off the attentions of Vigneron. Still these two orange cars flying around the circuit. Jonathan Gandin trying to edge away, though he's made a bit of a mistake coming out onto the main straight. Hangs on just very slightly to the lead, and we've seen Knopp in trying to get past. He's gone off the circuit, so that's promoted Harley back up into second position. Thomas Vigneron will be in third. No, Thomas Vigneron's off the track. As you were then, front two, Jonathan Gandin leading from Harley Eldridge now. The pair of them, the all-orange coloured car of Jonathan Gandin, the all-white coloured car of Harley Eldridge giving chase. Trying to catch and pass. Harley ducking and diving around as they head off down the main straight. Still very close between these two. Slightly tighter line from Gandin, slightly wider for Harley. Just maintaining a little bit more momentum. Has a look down the inside as they come out onto the main straight this time. Not quite. This lead battle going on. Harley nearly ran straight up the back of Gandin. Backed out of it to avoid it. Harley ducking and diving, looking for an opportunity, trying to find a way through. Having to check up. Looks like she could be a little bit faster if she can find a way past. Gandin having to go defensive. These two cars still doing this and lapping quicker than the rest of the field. Harley still trying to find a way past. She's got a bit of a run down the inside, maybe all the way across the curb. Not quite. That tightened up her exit and she had to just hang off the throttle there. It actually gave Gandin a tiny bit of breathing space, but it is very, very tiny. That has allowed Grössel to close in. in with the number 4 car. So if these two do battle for much longer, they could be joined by Grösel. How long have we got left in this final? 1 minute 40. We still have Jonathan Gandin with the orange car leading the white coloured car of Harley Eldridge as they come round out onto the main straight once more through this long sweep. Get on the throttle, get on the power. Round the bank turn off the end of it. Harley has a look on the inside again, can't quite make it. Back round in through the chicane, round the long way. Great move from Harley. So Harley now up into first position. Fantastic move there. Tiny little gap on the inside. Did the switch back as they came through onto the chicane. Off down the main straight. Some great driving going on there between these two. Huge show of respect. So we now have Jonathan Gandin pushing hard, trying to close in on the back of Harley and see if he can find any kind of opening. Off down the main straight once more. Harley is looking to edge away and starting to go forwards now, so she is definitely lapping quicker. 17.3 last time round from Harley, so she was getting a little bit held up behind Gandin, I think. Gap is still going up. Let's continue running with 30 seconds left. Harley Eldridge leading this one from Jonathan Gandin. Grösel quite a way off Gandin. Lapping about 2 tenths quicker, but I don't think he's going to get there by the end of the race. We're still running with Harley Eldridge. The all-white coloured car in the centre of your screen now. 10 seconds left. She is going to make the extra lap. I'm not sure that Jonathan Gandin will. So Harley has finished. So Harley missed the, or got the finish, but she just missed the finish. She was set to make the extra lap, but just little half spin there. And Scotty says, awesome move from Harley. Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic. Down into that chicane, she just sort of held back, slightly wider line on exit and was able to cut underneath Gandin. Gandin didn't shut the door and was equally respectful and allowed that move to continue and take place. So there we go. There's your results from leg number 1 of the Open D final. Let's hear from our sponsors. So welcome back to our coverage here on RC Racing TV of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio. You're joining us midway through the first round of modified finals, or open finals, all set in probably, well, just about 12 minutes time for the first modified A-main. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this coverage. Drivers for the C-main to be released onto the circuit. 2 legs of these C-finals. 3-leg A-mains for Formula Class, Open Class and Spec Class. David Ronafalk set to lead away, fresh from finishing second in the Rallycross World Championships in Spain last week. So to go to, start second, Jin Sawada, Nicola Moroni, Mattia Kalina, Michele Manzo, Ryosuke Yamamoto, Alessio Mazzio, Cyril Ndiaye and Remy Callens are the drivers scheduled to take part in this final. Just waiting for cars to be released. Track has been opened, so the cars can head out down the pit lane. Round across the line for the first time. David Ronafalk running recognisable race paint, the yellow front, white, orange centre, green rear. Ronafalk getting set. Michele Manzo missing from the grid then. Getting set, countdown coming. Just got a car held in pit lane at the moment. That's the 5 car of Mattia Kalina being placed directly on the grid. Slight deviation from normal. David Ronafalk leads this one away from Sota Goto. Already a good jump from Ronafalk. Jin Sawada trying to find his way past in 3rd position. Sticking with Ronafalk at the moment. As he comes around, crosses the line, he's successfully navigated lap 1, as has everybody else by the looks of it. David Ronafalk forgetting he's running a touring car this weekend, not an off-road car. Manages to hang on to it though, as he's edging away again. Trying to head forwards. If we can move back 1 car to the car of Sota Goto. He is currently doing battle there with Jin Sawada behind him. We'll keep an eye on where Ronafalk is. But the battle going on for 2nd position. So they flow down the main straight. Ronafalk trying to get away, although actually they're coming back towards him again. So this car we're running with Sota Goto, closing in on David Ronafalk. Slightly slow lap, about 0.6 slower for Ronafalk that time. Just to see if that was another mistake from David. Jin Sawada trying to find his way past. Jin, the white and orange coloured car, with a hint of black as they come out onto the main straight. So contact between the 3rd and 4th place cars. That's left the car we're running with clear in 2nd position. Sota Goto. Let's see if he has the pace over Ronafalk. That's kind of spread the whole field. There was a chain running in sort of 2nd and 3rd position, but that's spread everybody out quite nicely. 17-0 from Ronafalk last time round. Mattia Kalina from 5th position on the grid, running a comfortable 3rd. Sawada now is dropping down the field. So see Jin Sawada just, I think we've got a stop go for car 5. Just been dropped down to the back of the field. That was Mattia Kalina. Sota Goto now leading this one from Ronafalk. So we've had a bit of a mistake from Ronafalk. The lead battle going on as they come round. Ronafalk to the outside, trying to cut his way through past Goto. Off down the main straight once more. Lead battle going on. In fact, that wasn't. That was Alessio Mazzio, I think, that had the penalty. It was Mazzio rather than Kalina. Goto now heading away from David Ronefalk. And Ronefalk looking like he's struggling a little bit and dropping back, and Mattia Kalina now trying to find his way past him. You can just see that out of the back of shot. We're running with David Ronefalk at the moment. Ronefalk is on the grass and has dropped down the field. So Ronefalk all the way down the field. Not sure if he's gone into retirement. Can't see him still running. Still running with the 5 car of Kalina, the second place man. It's the all-white coloured car that we are running with. Watching him trying to close down, you can see the leader just out of the front of shot. Gap as they cross the line is about 1.3 seconds. Let's just see if that can close down. Rattles the bot dots there on the way into the corner. Closing in still. 35 seconds of this C-main remaining. 30 seconds left. Lead gap coming down. We're running with second place man Mattia Kalina at the moment. Sota Goto leading with, what have we got left? 15 seconds. These two going to be the only drivers to make it onto the extra lap. Goto's gap looks comfortable at the moment. Kalina pushing as hard as he can. They're the only drivers onto the extra lap. The 4 car of Nicola Moroni spins as they come out onto Main Straight, but this lead battle is not really a battle. Kalina pushing everything he can to try and close in. Soto knows he just needs to roll it around across the line. Soto gets that one then from Kalina right at the end. Alessio Mazzio up into 3rd position. That was a retirement for Ronefalk earlier on. So Sota gets that one from Kalina and Alessio Mazzio. Very close on hot laps for the pair of them. Let's just see if we can hear from one of our sponsors. Welcome back here on RC Racing TV. Joining us in Gubbio for the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships. Getting it set for the B-main of Open Modified. Stacked field here in Gubbio. Victor Wilk going to lead this away from Naoto Matsukura, Nicholas Lee, Dominic Queck, Carl Branson, Oliver Havranak, Lucas Urban, Mattas Benettin, Alessio Menicucci and Loic Jasmine. Cars heading round out onto the circuit now, crossing the loop and registering for the first time. Everybody just forming up and building up as well towards tension for the first leg A-main that we have coming up in sort of 7 or 8 minutes time. Still got a fairly important B-main to come first. Looks like Loic Jasmine not making the start.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Victor leads into turn 1, but it was a great start from Nyato. Almost finding his way past. Did he? No, not quite. He's ducking, diving, trying to find his way past Victor Wilk. Doesn't quite make it. The two white and yellow coloured cars flow round out onto the main straight for the first time. Victor running the fluoro yellow at the rear. Flat yellow for Nyato Matsukura. And they come around. Nyato dives down the inside, outbreaks Victor and takes the lead. So fantastic move there from Nyato, of course world champion in 2014. And they head round out onto the main straight once more. Coming through the infield, no one looks to have made any massive changes of position, just a change for the lead. Still going and sideways slide for Victor. That lets Nicholas Lee on him. If we can move back our focus to the set of cars behind, there we go. Victor Wilk fending off the attentions of Nicholas Lee. Nyato Matsukura leading at the front of this one. Victor fighting a rearguard action, trying to keep Nicholas Lee away from him as they head off down the main straight through the bank turn in towards the infield section of the circuit where Victor got passed by Nyato on lap 2. Round the bot dots as they come back out on towards the main straight once more. A lot of curb there for Nicholas Lee. Victor seems to have stabilised that gap and will now be pushing hard to try and close in on the back of Nyato. All very experienced, these drivers. Nyato taking a lot of curb coming out onto the straight. Leaving absolutely nothing on the table. Victor Wilk running with in second position. This white front, yellow rear car. Fluoro yellow rear on his car. Flat yellow on Nyato's car. Nicholas Lee just out of the back of shot. Front three have edged away from the rest of the field. Starting to try and build a gap. Dominic Queck up into fourth position. Loic Jasmine, by the sounds of it, not taking the start of this final. He returned home, had flights booked. Was not able to reorganise, had to leave on schedule yesterday. Nyato Matsukura leading away at the front of this final from Victor Wilk. Victor Wilk we're running with at the moment. Nicholas Lee in third position, the white car that you see flashing into the back of your shot on occasion. Gap remaining relatively constant. Nyato pulling a 16.9 fastest lap that time round. Front three kind of equidistant from each other. Good battle going on. If we can move back to the gang of cars just coming out on towards the main straight now. You've got the white and orange car of Dominic Queck. And Kyle Branson allegedly in fifth place, but that is not Kyle's car. That is the... No, it is Kyle's car, sorry. He's changed body shell. So Kyle was running race paint earlier. He's now running back to practice, Juan Can White. Kyle closing in, running in fifth position, keeping an eye. There's nothing doing at the front. We'll go back to the leaders. In fact, there's a minute to go, so we probably ought to start trying to find Nyato. Nyato is just coming round with the white and yellow coloured car. He's just about to come round past the line out onto the main straight now. There we go. Our leader, Nyato Matsukura, with 45 seconds left. Speeds at the end of the straight, just over 100k at the moment. Might see a little bit more later on. Really depends. Can actually see Victor Wilk now starting to close in on the back of Nyato. We did see this over qualifying. Nyato having some great pace from the front, but fading a little bit in the last minute. So let's see if Victor Wilk can chase him down. We're running with Nayato. You can see Victor Wilk coming in the back of shot. Last lap round, 17.1 for Nayato, 16.9 for Victor. 0.2 of a second. Gap between them, 1.1 seconds. We're on to what will be their last lap. So Victor's coming, but it's not going to be close enough as they come around and cross the line. So Nayato taking that one from Victor Wilk. Nicholas Lee crossing the line in 3rd position. Dominic Quett getting it just from Kyle Branson in 5th position. Right at the death, right at the end of that one. Nayato Matsukura then taking that first leg of the Open B-main. So I believe we have relatively shortly a race that a few of you have been waiting for a few days. But first, we'll see if we can hear from one of our sponsors. Welcome along to our coverage here on RC Racing TV from the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships from Gubbio in Italy. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. We are getting set for A-main number 1 for the open class. Bruno Coelho will lead away from Chrissy Krapp, Alex Hagberg, Akio Sabue, Jules Groskamp, Hayato Ishioka, Yannick Prumper, Ronald Volker, Mark Reinhard and Michael Orlowski. Cars being flagged round for one extra warm-up lap. We have in fact, Yields hasn't crossed the line yet. He is up there. Just seeing, is that not seeing an unregistered transponder or anything. I can see his car going round. Yeah, he's now registered. So Bruno Coelho leads away from Chrissy Krapp. Bruno running an all-white coloured car rather than his traditional race paint. Chrissy all over the back of him already. The front two made a bit of a break for it. The 3 car, Alex Hagberg, he's disappeared down the back of the field somewhere. Didn't quite see what happened to them. I was focusing too much on the front two. Seeing out in front, Chrissy trying to pressure Bruno. Bruno now seems to have hooked it up, heading away. Bruno heading away out in front, off down the main straight. Chrissy in second, Akio in 3rd position. Ronald Volker making a move up from P8 on the grid, up into 4th position. Bruno Coelho leading away quite comfortably. Let's move the focus back 1 car. We have picked up there the car of Chrissy Krapp running in 2nd position. Akio Sabue in 3rd position. Bruno stretching away at the front of this. 16.4 last time round, 16.8 from everybody else. 4/10 quicker than for Bruno. Let's move back 1 car. Bruno still leading this one. Still comfortable for Bruno out in front of this one. We're running with Akio Sabue. We can see Ronald Volker closing in on the back of us. Just over 3 minutes of this final remaining. Top speed 109k we're seeing now as they come out down the main straight. 116 we've just seen. I think that was Volker. So huge power for Volker. Coelho is not absolutely gone. Chrissy Crapp is keeping him honest, but I don't know if that is just Bruno controlling his pace, not wanting to catch up with the track. We've got 2 minutes 40 of this first leg A-main here from Gubbio remaining. We're running with Akio Sabue in third position. Ronald Volker's chasing us down. This is the closest battle on track at the moment. We'll keep an eye. We will go back to Bruno as we get towards the end, provided he's still leading. It's looking pretty comfortable, but we're running with our third place battle at the moment. We have from 8th place on the grid, Ronald Volker trying to chase down 4th place starter Akio Sabue. Ronald ducking, diving, trying to close in, trying to do what he can. 2 minutes of this A-main number 1 remaining. 3 legs here in Gubbio. We'll bring them all to you live on RC Racing TV. Ronald trying to close in on the back of Akio Sabue. You can just see him back of shot. We've got a minute and a half left. No change between the front two. Still this battle ebbing and flowing as they head round the circuit. Mark Reinhardt's popped up into 5th position. Maybe trying to close these down. Ronald looking, he's closer than he's ever been. We've got just over 1 minute remaining, so we better start having a look at finding Bruno with the 1 car. There's 2 plain white cars out there. Bruno is the one who is just about to come around across the loop out onto the main straight now. Let's pick him up as he goes down the main straight. There we go. That is Bruno Coelho, our leader, with 49 seconds of this final remaining. Going to keep an eye on this and watch Bruno as he runs for home. This will put one hand on the title that he won in South Africa 4 years ago now. One hand on defending that title. 30 seconds left. Still looking pretty comfortable for Bruno. He can see his teammate Alex Hagberg in front of him. Chrissy Crapp not able to do anything about that. Volker still behind Sabue as they cross the line. Where are we? We're into the final 10 seconds now. Just watching Bruno Coelho come around. Bruno's going to make the extra lap. I don't think Chrissy will. Hagberg spins into pit straight. That doesn't matter. Bruno has crossed the line. So Bruno has taken leg 1, although he hasn't finished. So Bruno, we are running for home on the finish with Bruno as he comes round. Everything else resolved. Akio Sabue did hang on to 3rd position. Bruno Coelho, though, takes leg 1 here in Gubbio. There we go. Bruno Coelho winning leg number 1. From Chrissy Crapp, Akio Sabue, Ronald Volker in 4th position, Mark Reinhardt up to 5th. So 8th, 9th and 10th making their way up to 4th, 5th and 6th. Believe we are now able to hear from one of our event sponsors. Okay, we're back after that A-main, leg 1. That was fairly frantic. So on to the last runs of the day for many of these drivers. Now, there's 2 legs of finals for all of the drivers with the exception of the A-mains. Let's just give us an idea, where are we relative to schedule at the moment? So this next final, the F1 final, it was scheduled to start at 1400. It's now 1405, so just to give you some idea on the divergence from schedule currently. The final, I think, or the next finals that you're waiting for, Formula A final, will come immediately after this. There is, in fact, there looks like there's been a gap inserted, so there will be some kind of driver's presentation once this has taken place. There will be leg number 2 of the Spec A, scheduled at 14:52. Again, reminder, we're running about 5 minutes behind schedule currently, so that might get pushed back a little bit. And we have got the A-main immediately after the Spec A final, so leg 2 of the of the Open A-main, scheduled to run at 15:18, so little over an hour. Then everything will run through in order. Then we'll have the Formula A-main leg 3, Spec A-main leg 3, and the modified A-main leg number 3, right at the end. Let's just get an idea on overall positions at the moment. So Nicky Taylor winning the first leg of this final from 5th on the grid. So a win for Nicky would give him the overall. And Alexandra Perrin from pole position, starting here, finished 2nd. So just to give us some idea on possible permutations with points. Perrin leads away from Sova into the first turn. Fairly distinctive pink and black coloured car of Perrin. Slightly more relaxed pace for these Formula cars. Last track action of the week for these drivers. Perrin leading away from Thomas Sova and Michael Freeball. Leg 1 winner Nicky Taylor up into 4th position. But a 1 and a 2 for Perrin, if things stay as they are, would result in a win for him. Nicky would need to get up into 2nd position to have any impact on that. And then we can see how the order pans out. A little bit of a half spin there. These rear-wheel drive cars, the pan cars, the Formula cars. Nicky looks to have got himself up into 2nd position. So front 2 going away from the rest of the field. Another half spin there for the leader. That'll encourage Nicky Taylor. They're coming up past some traffic. That's the 11 car of Lorenzo Taramelli they're going past. Nicky currently 1.9 seconds off of the lead. Another little half spin. The gap much, much less than 1.9 seconds now. And they're coming up to a gaggle of traffic. So let's stick with this car. The car you can just see out the back of shot is your 2nd place man. Nicky Taylor, slightly wider line out onto the main straight. The gap is closing pretty rapidly. Just see as they start carving their way through the traffic. Topan opening the door and Nicky Taylor sort of trying to charge with him. Goes through to traffic pretty good at the moment. They're getting out of the way. There's no cars in between them at this moment in time. Perrin about to change that. And No, that's slightly balked. He doesn't really want to be going the long way round. Nicky Taylor seeing that as a bit of an opportunity. Really, really difficult for Perrin there because Nicky Taylor's right on him now. Nicky Taylor and this battle for the lead coming together. Taylor all the way around the outside. Oh, half spin there from Taylor. No, hangs on to it. So a little bit fortunate there for Nicky Taylor. And I think one of the other cars, one of the traffic, very nearly crashed and out the way. So top two now pick their way through the traffic. We're still running with the leader. Nicky Taylor trying to close in here. He'd done the job, he'd caught up, and then as they came through the traffic, Nicky had a bit of a worse run for it. 1 minute 40 left, still running with our leader. Charging hard. I'm not sure if Nicky's got anything left. So Para doing a 22.7 last time round, a 23.1 for Nicky. So Perrin looks to have stabilised that gap and got it under control. I think he realised the danger once Nicky had caught up to the back of him as they approached the traffic and put the hammer down as they left and led away. 1 minute of this remaining. They're back up to traffic again and finding their way through. A slightly wide exit there for Perrin. Puts his tyres on the dirt. That's probably not going to help. That's an opportunity for Taylor to close back in again. Lost 0.8 of a second that last lap. Taylor charging hard again. See what he can do. It was another slow lap for Perrin. And I think, Nicky Taylor's just put it on the grass. So that will, with 20 seconds left, I think Nicky Taylor's going to hang on to second. Got Michael Freebolt up into third position. Nicky needs to hang on to second if he can. That will tie them on points at the front of the field. Coming round and crossing the line. So Alexandra Perrin taking that one, just waiting for Nicky Taylor to confirm himself in second position, which he has done now. Michael Freeball running in third. Freeball gets third position. So we have just seen the B final. Let me just get the... Just have a check on the overall and what that's done. So Alexandra Perrin takes that one from Nicky Taylor. So let's just hear from one of our sponsors. Formula A final now forming up. This the second leg of the A final. So David Erbar taking the win in the first leg after a mistake from Andreas Stiebler towards the end. Luke Lee running home in third position. So that potentially, if David is going to take this, David will be the World Cup winner. Potential then for David Erbar to win here. This F1 A final leg number 2. Erbar gets away. Luke Lee running the slightly sort of red coloured body shell rather than his traditional yellow coloured body shell. Luke Lee now leads this one. Stiebler's followed him through as well. Stiebler now heading for the lead. So Stiebler leads, spin there for Lee, and Erbar down into third position. We're running with Andreas Stiebler then leading. Andreas led much of the first leg. Mistake about 4 minutes in. Andreas leading this one away from the 4 car of Lucas Hock. So great driving from the front 4. All the way around, still running with Andreas Stiebler out in front here. If we can move focus back one, that is the car of Lucas Hoch. David Erbar trying to find his way round him. Andreas will be hoping that Lucas can hang on to that and help him out if Andreas can win this leg. Oh, straight, great move there. No, spin for both of them. There wasn't actually any contact there. I think that was too tight a line for, all of them spinning. So Luke Lee now trying to get involved in that as well. We're still running for this is now the battle for third and fourth position. So Luke Lee's launched himself up into second. That is an absolute gift for Stiebler. Stiebler's now got a huge, huge lead out in front. So these two cars are sort of fighting, and that is another. Which car's that? That is that the 7 car? No, it's the 5 car of Brian Ferreira that's got into the middle of them. So they've dropped further down the field. Andreas Stiebler now with a huge lead. Lucas Hock crashing out of third position. This the battle for what is now third position that we're running with. Brian Ferreira and David Erbar. Andreas Stiebler, second in leg number 1, leading in leg number 2, leading by about 6 seconds as well. Off down the main straight once more. We're running with leg number 1 winner, David Erbar. Andreas Stiebler, 6 seconds to the good. Can just keep half an eye on him out of the corner of the pit box. Luke Lee running in second position just ahead of this battle. David trying to find his way past Brian Ferreira. David would dearly like to win this one and seal the World Cup. David trying to find his way past. Ducking and diving, he's trying to get a run up the inside. That doesn't work. He goes wide around the outside, gets a run on the inside down the main straight and uses the extra power and speed. So David Erbar, great drive from him there out onto the main straight. And there's contact between the two of them. So we had Brian Ferreira stopped and waited, but that's going to drop them even further off the front. Stiebler is just being allowed to run away with this one. Absolutely. He's got like 4 seconds now from Luke Lee. So Luke's charging hard and closing. What have we got? 1 minute 15 left of this final. We'll go back to Stiebler a little bit later on. Luke is lapping pretty much the same speed as Stiebler, but not anywhere near close enough. Lead car is the sort of green coloured car. He is just coming through. He's going to be coming round the loop out onto the main straight now, so he'll be the last car off down the main straight. Just coming past our camera position now. There we go. That is our lead car, Andreas Stiebler. Gap coming down. Luke Lee charging pretty hard, and actually a mistake from Andreas, letting Luke close in with 30 seconds left to go. Let's stick with Andreas and just keep an eye on where Luke is. I don't know if we can see Luke enter the back of shot in any of these. We've just seen him enter the sweeper. There we go. That's Luke Lee, that sort of dark red coloured car behind us. Heading through, closing in on some traffic. That's being called out the way. Luke is charging hard. 5 seconds to go. I think these two are going to make it through for an extra lap, and Luke Lee's been caught up with some traffic. So Luke Lee collected by a back marker. Andreas Stiebler makes it through for the extra lap. Luke hasn't made it across the line. Luke Lee finishes in second position with David Ehrbar in third. Stiebler hasn't yet finished, but super unfortunate. That was looking like it was going for a last lap, like a thrilling last lap battle. But Stiebler managing to build a gap at the start, and Luke Lee charging back towards him. But David Ehrbar just catching up at the end and actually nearly getting Luke Lee at the end. So in terms of overall positions, I think that's going to put Stiebler in front overall currently. As we go into the third leg A-main. Yes, it has, because he has 3 points. Ehrbar has 4 points. Luke Lee has 5 points currently on that. So all to play for in the final leg from that one. Let's see if we can hear from one of our sponsors. So we are back here on RC Racing TV. Welcome to you if you are just joining us for our coverage. We have just seen A-main number 2 for the Formula class. So getting a few questions in about what the what the process is with regards to tyres. Tyres are held in an impound. They were selected from boxes and taken into the impound for drivers. So drivers not having access to them once the event has started. There is a controlled additive. They're given the opportunity to enter tech and put the tyres, or put the additive onto the tyres, which they then collect from their pre-selected sets that they get at the beginning of the event. Spec C final leg number 2 being released out onto the circuit. Benjamin Elbisser heading round. So in terms of overall results, let's just get a update on who needs what from this one. So Elbisser took the first leg from Kent Bertilsson and Nikos Nikolapopoulos. Elbisser then, if he can, win this one. A few cars missing from this. Drivers
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
set to go.
4, 3.
Elbisser leads this one away from Pietro Federico. fact, that was Navaria. As we said, there are some drivers missing from the field. This event scheduled to finish yesterday, an extra day created so that some running could be done and some finals could be run. Unfortunately, some drivers unable to rearrange accommodation or flights or transport back. So we have got Benjamin Elbisser leading this run away off down the main straight. The blue front, white centre, red rear car from Pietro Federico. Nikos running in third position. So top three positions occupied by drivers who finished in the top four. Kent Bertilsson, second place finisher last time out, running in fourth position currently. Four minutes remaining. No close battles going on track. If we can move back one car to Pietro Federico, the yellow and red coloured car down the main straight. So a couple of cars not taking the start for this final. Pieracci and Kiss Urban. We've got the 7 car of Kent Bertilsson moving slowly. I don't know if that's going to be a retirement from him. It is, he's just entered the pit lane. And then there were 5. So 5 cars circulating here at Gubbio. Running with our second place man, Pietro Federico, at the moment. He's on his roof, so Nikos, the yellow-coloured car, let's pick him up. So Nikos running now in second position. Elbisser is going to win this one if he wins this leg. So obviously there's only 2 finals for every final apart from the A-mains. We're getting set for the A-main in around, well, it's going to be just over 10 minutes time. The second leg A-main for Spec. Then we'll, not long after that, have the second leg A-main for Mod. Elbisser with like an 11-second lead. He's lapped up into third position. Nikos we're running with at the moment in second position. He's being chased. That car just in the back of shot is Pietro Federico. Elbisser still leading this one from the yellow car that we are running with at the moment. Nikola Helpless. See just over 1 minute left. See if we can pick up our leader. The leader is the... Let's just see if we can spot him. He's the only car on the main straight now. He's just sweeping around off of it. There we go. That is our leader, the blue front, white centre, orange rear car. Elbisser going to take that one then and take the overall Spec C final. So that is his weekend done. Just waiting for Nikos to cross the line in second position. Believe that should give him second overall. Everyone across the line then. So that is the end of the Spec C final. Benjamin Elbisaire taking that one from Nikos and Pietro Federico. Nikos Nikolaopoulos. So just going to hear from one of our sponsors. Welcome back to us here on RC Racing TV. Joining us for our coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships 2022 from Gubbio in Italy. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sumperdale, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this coverage. Cars for the Spec B final, leg number 2, just being released out onto the grid.
Marcia, please. Taramelli ai due.
Roberto Fabiano going to lead this one away from Manuel Wagner, Andrea Muscolino. Let's just get a check on finishing positions from the first leg. Fabiano took it from Muscolino with Tassos Batas in third position. So just to keep an eye on where everybody else. Tassos Batas actually up from P10 on the grid. So Kevin Sparbier going to be missing from this one.
Attention. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Fabiano leads away from Wagner into turn number 1. Down through the infield, there's a bit of an accident further down the field, but the front two have made a bit of a break for it already. Wagner looking like he wants to catch up straight onto the back of Fabiano as they come off down the main straight for the first time. Over 80k from these two cars. We are watching Manuel Wagner, the orange-coloured car, trying to pass Roberto Fabiano, the white car, in shot as they come out onto the main straight once more, all the way down the main straight. This the Spec B final. Winner of the first leg was Roberto Fabiano. He will be looking to do the same again, this all-white car that we're running with. Manuel Wagner trying to deny him. Only 2 legs, both to count. Off down the main straight once more. Still 83k, 81k for this pair. B final, A final coming up next for Spec. Off down the main straight once more. Roberto Fabiano still leading this one. Manuel Wagner made a really quick start looking like he wants to try and get up as close as possible to him. Just seen a white car. Oh, spin there. So spin in the background for Wagner. As he was lapping some traffic, I think he just went very, very slightly wide, put a tyre on the grass. Still super, super slippery here after the rains earlier on in the week, and managing to keep the car moving and in second place, but that's let Fabiano off the hook a little bit. We're still running with Fabiano. If we can move back one car to the orange coloured car down the main straight, you can see there that was the distance between them. So it's kind of the length of the straight, or pretty much the length of the banked sweeper. Fabiano will be breathing a little bit easier with that one. We've got just under 3 minutes of this run remaining. Not any really close battles going on. Any other positions? And I've just seen across the grass, and massively bouncing across the grass. So Wagner, same place he had an earlier impact. Let's go back to our... No, we've got him back. Was that the lead? No, that wasn't the one car. So the leader is the white car just coming round out onto the main straight now. Roberto Fabiano down the main straight. He's the only car on the straight. There we go. He is our leader. So Flavio Paladin now up into second position. The 5 car, but just going to see what the lead gap is. It's around 5 seconds now that Roberto Fabiano's got. He won leg number 1. He is leading leg number 2. There's D'Angelo and Muscalin look pretty close. That's the battle going on down the main straight now. If we can pick that up as they sort of sweep off the banked sweeper. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th position. D'Angelo just leading from Muscalini. Both white and green coloured cars. In fact, yeah, it's still Attilio D'Angelo on that one. We've got 1 minute and 30 left. Leader is absolutely miles out in front, so no need to have a look at him for a little bit yet. Just watching this battle for 3rd position going on. Good move for position there. I think Muscolino has just moved himself forward. Muscolino has got himself up into 3rd position. Running quite comfortably. How long have we got? 54 seconds. Time to start thinking about trying to find the leader. Leader is one of the all-white coloured cars. Remember, there's one just coming towards us now. Let me just double-check that. That is the 1 car. So the white car just around following the orange car out onto the main straight now. That is our leader, the white car that we want to be following as he comes up to traffic. He has moved his way past. We've got 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left for Roberto Fabiano, winning leg number 1. Worst possible position to be in at any meeting, let alone a World Championships, but being BQ. But he's managed, it seems, to convert it, winning leg 1. Looking like he's got 10 seconds left. He's got that much of a lead. I think he's going to be the only driver to make the extra lap. Flavio Paladin might make it, but it's a 12-second lead. So Fabiano crosses the line and has finished. So Roberto Fabiano takes that leg number 2. Flavio Paladin in 2nd position. Muscolino in 3rd. Just want to get an idea of what that has done to our overall rankings. Paladino's won it with 2 wins. So, not getting, just waiting for an update. So Fabiano, with 2 leg wins. Paladin in 2nd position overall, and Muscolino in 3rd position overall in that one. So next we have the A-main. Simon Lauter winning the first leg from Alex Deshay. This a 3-legged final. So if Simon Lauter wins this, Simon Lauter is stock world champion for 2022. I think we need to hear from one of our sponsors. Okay, we are back then here on RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage from Gubbio in Italy for the Spec A final, leg number 2. In terms of overall schedule, we will have, after this final, those of you wanting to watch the second leg of the modified final, we are going to have, after this final, we will have the F final for open. We will then have leg 2, A final. So we've seen Formula go to leg 3 here in Gubbio. Cars waiting to be released out onto the circuit. Whilst we're here, opportunity to thank our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadal, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this live and uninterrupted coverage. So slightly scrappy at the start from Deshay last time. Had a half spin down into the pit entry as they came past race control on lap number 1. Simon Lauter, possibly 5 minutes from being crowned world champion for 2022. Simon, the only driver that can seal it in this leg with a win.
Attention riders.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Deshay leads away then with his all-white car. The white and burgundy coloured car of Simon Lauter, looking for a way past already. Simon showing his intentions, trying to find his way around the outside. Not quite, almost up the bumper as they come out onto the main straight for the first time. Down the inside, Simon Lauter takes the lead as they go into the bank turn. Simon Lauter out in front of Alex Deshay. Deshay comes back at him round the outside. Good power there from Deshay. Lauter and Deshay doing battle at the front of this already as they're coming round once more out onto the main straight. Lauter had a better exit onto the main straight last time. Deshay hangs on to it this time through the bank sweeper, just slightly out of view. Comes round, flows through. Deshay, Lauter right together. Lauter heavily on the brakes, almost into the back of Deshay. Once more they do battle off down the main straight. Really, really close between these two. They're edging away from the rest of the field. Filippo Domani in 3rd position, but all eyes on these front two. Remember, if Simon Lauter can win this, Simon is the world champion. Alex Deshay fending off now Simon Lauter. Simon looking left, looking right, round the outside. It looks like he's a little bit better on corner entry. A little bit more stability into some of the slow corners, out onto the main straight once more. Deshay just edging away down the main straight. Deshay a little bit better off of the banked turn at the end of the straight. Simon a little bit better into some of these low speed corners. Looks like he's got a little bit more rotation in the car into some of the low speed stuff. Deshay now has the gap to a couple of tenths. A little bit wide from Deshay there. Manages to maintain the speed without scrubbing off an awful lot. Deshay now edging away from Lauter. Potentially that early advantage that Simon Lauter had going away. Alex Deshay starting to look a little bit more comfortable. Is this just Simon Lauter regrouping for an attack a bit later on? Coming up towards half distance of this race already. This Spec A-main, leg number 2 here from Gubbio. Alex Deshay, the all-white coloured car we're seeing leading. Simon Lauter in 2nd position with the white and burgundy coloured car as they come out onto the main straight once more. Gap as they crossed the line was about 7/10 of a second. Damani still running in third position. These front two still going at it. Gap is still, as they cross the line, it's still 7/10 of a second. Simon Lauter throwing absolutely everything at it at the beginning. Just over 80k off the end of the main straight. 83k we're just seeing from some of these top cars. Lauter looks like he's regrouping slightly, trying to attack, trying to close the gap down a little bit. It was 9/10 between them last time round. Gap still 9/10. 1 minute and 20 left to go. Deshay still leading this one. He's led from lights pretty much. Lauter did get a run on him down the main straight on the first lap. Managed to get inside of him around the sweeper, but Deshay carried a little bit more speed, took the high line and popped out back in front. 1 minute, 10 seconds of this gripping final remaining. Lauter looks like he's coming back very, very slightly as they cross the line this time. Looking for an update. It is like 6/10 of a second gap between them. Lauter throwing absolutely everything at this as they come into the last 30 seconds. Still with the white car of Deshay leading. Car giving chase is Simon Lauter. They're not going to catch any traffic. Lauter the leg one winner. Deshay second in leg number one. Simon giving this absolutely everything, but this looks like it is going to go to leg number 3 as they come down, crossing the line. They are both onto their final lap. Looking like the gap's going to be about 7/10 of a second between them. So Alex Deshay crosses the line to take leg number 2 from Simon Lauter. Valiant, valiant effort from Simon Lauter. The battle for the World Championship here in Gubbio goes to leg number 3. You can see Alex Deshay taking that one from Simon Lauter. It gives them 3 points each, so all to play for in the last leg. Set then for the last F final. Before that, I'd like to hear briefly from our event sponsors. Welcome back to Gubbio. We are getting set for the start of the Open F final, the leg number 2, so the remaining leg to run here. After that, we will have the second leg of the modified A-main, where we will see if Bruno Coelho will be crowned world champion, see if he will retain his title, taken in South Africa. So that should be coming up in just over 5 minutes' time, or the build-up for that. In this final, we have got Victor Litvinenko, Chun Yin Lee, Andreas Johansson, Julian Yost, Alexander Johansson, Damien Giddins, Stamatis Kontazoglu, and Mike Haswell. So any Mike Haswell watchers, he managed to turn some laps at the in the first final. Just having a look at reminding ourselves of overall positions. So in the first leg, Litvinenko took it from Andy Kuna. No, that's sorry. That's better. Scotty asking, where is the timing loop exactly? The timing loop is just pretty much underneath the scoreboard that you can see right centre of shot, Scotty. So as they come round, it sort of disappears behind a bush on the moving cam, but that's where the timing loop is. You can see it sort of under the Monaco RC banner there, around that area. That's directly where we're located as well, and sort of viewing from and talking from. So just off the end of the bank turn at the end of the straight, very briefly, the cars do disappear out of view. So the other sort of painted lines you can see there, start lines, and obviously where this is a nitro track, I think they've got intermediate loops around the track, and they've got sort of various different starting position lines as well around the track, waiting for cars to be released out onto the circuit. Just getting an update on overall positions for you. So Alexander Johansson took the first leg of this final from Julian Jost and Andreas Johansson. They're the guys we're looking to move forward. So remember, we have A-main leg number 2 coming up after this. Little over 5 minutes away from the build-up to it and the release to it. Seeing Chris Hardesty walking down the track towards us. I'm just trying to flag someone's attention. Cars released out onto the circuit, so 8 cars out here. Waiting to see that everybody checks in. Looks like we've got a full complement of cars. Haven't seen Stamatis Kontazoglu line up. Might be one of the drivers who has had to cut their day short.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Litvinenko leads away then. This is the first of the modified classes. Litvinenko leading away from Lee. Chunyin Lee running in second position, trying to find his way past Victor Litvinenko. Out onto the main straight and slides down the inside. So Victor Lee takes the lead with a great move. Sorry, Chunyin Lee. And just crashes at the end of that bank sweeper. So having done the hard work and made the move, Litvinenko just manages to get that one, or he has it handed to him on a plate back. Lee in second position and having to do all of that work again. Just coming up towards a car being recovered by a marshal. That's the 3 car of Andreas Johansson doing donuts out towards the main straight. Starting to carve their way through traffic. We're running with leader at the moment. The car, you can see the red car in the back of shot is Chunyin Lee. Trying to close in. Down the main straight once more through the banked sweeper. Off the end of the main straight. So almost like 2/3 around the outside of this circuit, pretty much, certainly with spec motors, pretty much flat out. With these modified or open class cars, a little bit less. Let's have a look at what speeds they're achieving down the main straight now. So something in the region of 100k, so 62 miles an hour. Great to see, and half spin there from Lee in the background. Viktor Litvinenko we're running with, so leading this one. Now seeing gaps between cars. So no particularly close battles going on. Julian Jost up into second position with the 4 car. So a little bit of a spin there for the leader, Viktor Litvinenko. Manages to carry on. They've got between them, in fact that is the second place man, so the car closing him down. Gap's come down to 9/10 of a second. That car behind him is Julian Jost, trying to force his way forwards. Off down the main straight once more. And, slightly sideways. There was Julian putting a tyre on the grass, just dropping back a little bit. 2 minutes left to go. Julian Jost trying to close in now. Successfully around the bot dots, past some prone traffic. Julian chasing hard, trying to get that gap down. Gap currently 1.7 seconds. Looks like less than that visually. Let's see what the gaps come down to this time round. 1.2, so half a second. Julian Jost takes out of the lead. 1 minute 20 left to go. Julian giving it everything, running over the curbs. 1 minute left to go, 1.3 seconds. Litvinenko looks like he has stabilised that gap to Julian Jost. Julian coming round out down the main straight. It's definitely closer this time. 0.8 of a second. What have we got? 40 seconds left. Litvinenko's going to see him coming. He'll know that he's there. Just as they come out towards the main straight. Litvinenko's going to hope that Jost doesn't stitch him up like a kipper as they come through towards the infield. Going to have one more lap after this, I believe. Yes, these two will be the only drivers. They've come past traffic. Jost, there's a coming together between the two leaders as they cross the line. Did they both make it? They have both made it. Litvinenko now leading this one from Jost. They're the only two drivers on to the last lap. 0.4 of a second. Litvinenko just trying to keep it tight. Jost made a dive that didn't come off. So they come across the line. Jost gave it everything, slid across the line backwards, tail out everywhere, fishtailing across the line. But Litvinenko takes that one from Julian Jost right at the end. Damien Giddins popped up into third position, so sort of woke up towards the end of the run. Mike Haswell getting another 13 laps on the board as well. So finishing a character-building weekend for him. So let's just hear from our sponsors. Okay, welcome back to Gubbio. We're RC Racing TV, and we're bringing you live coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships for 2022. We are now getting set for A-main leg number 2. Getting question, what body shells are mostly being run in mod? It seems to be mostly extreme twisters from what I can see. I think there might be a few speciales out there, but appears to be mainly twisters. If you're wondering why A-main 2's appearing after the F final, it's so that it gives them an opportunity to run leg number 3 immediately after the other 2 legs of the A-main. So 2 A-mains run through already, 2 legs of each A-main. So I believe we're just getting ready for driver introductions. Just checking the schedule to see when we are due to be on. 15:18. Okay, so actually we've got about a 10-minute or so gap, I think, whilst they do the driver introductions. Not seeing any of them out in the pits as yet. Permutations from this, Bruno Coelho winning leg number 1. So if Bruno is able to win this, Bruno has defended his world title from 2018, 4 years ago, being joined by Chris Hardesty from EFRA. Let's just see if we can bring Chris in for a bit of a word. Hello, Chris.
Hello. Well,
Hello.
good afternoon. Yes.
Good afternoon. How's things? Have you come up here to hide away from?
Well, I was hoping the air conditioning was going to be on, but
I believe it. Is it? Well, it's on its heat. That's why. There we go.
I'm glad you guys are so good with technology. You know.
It's now set to cool. So yes. So
I just thought I'd come and say hello and inform you that we have a little gap because we allowed some periods of time for the media to go and mob the A finals, but it's not happened. So they ended up starting running the races a little early. So we're now going to respect the timetable. So
okay.
We have a break.
Okay, so that actual timetable of 18 minutes past is going to be correct.
Whichever final's going out next.
It is the mod, or open. Sorry.
There we go.
So I'm getting mixed up between our parlance and IFMAR.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, open A final, leg number 2. So just explaining, Bruno can take the title. Or defend his title with a win in this leg. Any flash points? Anything to tell us, or anything? Any snippets or insights that you can bring us?
I am looking forward to the end of the next final.
Okay.
So yes, so we can. It's like a kind of one step at a time, and this is a step forward. After the horrendous week we've had with weather, etc., it's great to be able to complete it.
Okay, just a round of applause as well, actually, to Zach, our cameraman, who's just come in from grab a bottle of water quickly whilst we've got a sort of a
no Haribo
10-minute break. Yeah, sorry, Chris, no Haribos. We've you demolished them all yesterday. I
did.
So that's my. Oh no, hang on, there is one. There's one Haribo, one limon Haribo.
Oh, I'm going to savour that.
There we go. He's going to savour that. That's your sustenance for the afternoon, is it?
Actually, yes.
So keep you going. Have you got drinks? Do you need a drink?
No, I've got plenty of water.
You have plenty of water out there.
Looking forward to that G&T after the last A final.
Yeah, well, I mean, this could be, if Bruno can take this, Bruno defends his title, subject to scrutineering and obviously to pass through and tech. with that running through, but provisionally Bruno would have taken the title. Every other final's gone to leg number 3 for the A-mains.
Yes, no outright winners yet.
Yes, absolutely. So that's keeping it moving and keeping the keeping us with something to talk about for the remainder of the day. Shady asking, why is there a break now? There was just a little gap in the schedule in case there were any overruns. So what had happened was the A-mains, if there was... they wanted to run the A-mains on time and to the published schedule, so there was just a little bit of padding put on. As it is, we've run pretty much exactly 2 schedules, so there was like
That
10 minutes or
today's
so.
Published schedule, of course, not
Yes.
Tuesday's published schedule.
Yes. Were we running
That-
to schedule?
That proved to be impossible.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is sort of why we have a. It's only a very short break. It's only sort of 10 minutes or so. Plus, it gives all of the staff. If every final's condensed together, everybody that's running the event, it's just a little bit of a breather as well. Just putting in a 5-10 minute gap. It is pretty tiring for everybody. I'm sure Scotty will confirm. He's watching us on the stream, sort of going
Hello,
sort of
Scotty.
constant non-stop. So yes, Scotty is watching. So joining us and hopefully enjoying the action out there. Yeah, it's good to see. As you can see, sun is bright and shining, and how we would have ideally liked. Yeah, if it had been like this all week, we'd
have finished Friday.
Yes. Yeah. So result of A1, Archie Winter asking what the results are. Yes, Bruno won it from Chrissy Crap and Akio. It's an opportunity as well, actually, for some of these guys, some of these marshals to be it will be their first. They'll be marshalling a modified A. In fact, how are you doing that? Because there were 8 cars last time, so how are you getting cover?
We've got some very generous team managers and some very enthusiastic drivers to step in. After all, I always considered that marshalling the A final, you've got a ringside seat, literally.
Absolutely. You've got almost as good a view as we have up here in the
penthouse.
Yes. Almost. Yeah. So nearly and very quite. So okay, Frank and Chris just fighting over Haribo over in the.
I won.
Chris has won the battle for the Haribo.
Especially because Frank paid for it.
Bruno Coelho looking to defend his title, leading away from Chrissy Crap. Alex Hagberg having a bit of a mare in the first final. Akio Sabue jumping up. Yields Groskamp saw his car didn't see what led up to it, but I saw him peeling off down the pit lane around 3.5 minutes in.
That was a mistake. Nobody told him the stop and go was over there at Marshall Point 7.
Oh, he'd been issued with a stop go, had he?
Yes, they were
right.
Sort of coming together. Considered just a bit too feisty from Jules and on Alex, actually, I think it was.
Okay, so that sort of caught him up the field a little bit. It's quite, we're focusing on what's going on at sort of kind of the front. And actually, it looked like Chrissy was.
You can't hear the referee's comments anyway, fortunately.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an envious job being a referee, having done a little bit of refereeing. It's not something that I envy the task of at this level.
No, absolutely. Yeah. While everyone's listening, we should thank the referees.
Yes, absolutely. So
always. Paul Cerner from Austria and Marcus Winkler from Austria.
Yes.
Marcus is the IFMAR referee, and Paul is the EFRA referee, and Alessandro Profondi is the national referee.
So the AMSCI?
AMSCI, yes.
AMSCI referee. So, AMSCI, the host organisation here in Italy. So we are in Gubbio. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us in time for this A-main number 2. Getting set. We are about 7 minutes away from the scheduled starting time. If you're wondering why there's no
activity, so I really want to go, and because I'm supposed to stand and bake at the end of the track and be a fourth spotter for jump starts, etc.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chris.
Oh, pleasure's all mine.
And yes, we'll maybe catch up with you later if you have the opportunity. Possibly, maybe.
Last car finishing G&T. You'll have to be quick.
Okay. If we get the opportunity, we might. But yeah, thank you to Chris for his insights over the weekend.
Pleasure.
Always good to hear from you. So yeah, again, welcome if you're joining us here in Gubbio. In conjunction with event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Just a few moments whilst everybody composes themselves before what's set to be a, well...
Should be a stormer.
It should be, and a defining second leg. I mean, a bit of a recap of the first leg. Chrissy looked like for a couple of laps he was pressuring Bruno pretty hard. Once Bruno's tyres hooked up, he got away at the, started pulling away after a couple of laps. But yeah, just managed to get hooked in.
It could be. I don't know. I'm sure that we have some MotoGP viewers in the audience out there. But like Lorenzo and Marquez, the various top drivers at various points in their careers, when the tactic to beat them was to get ahead of them early so that they couldn't get their preferred racing lines. You know what I mean? So that might be something that everyone else tries to do, is get ahead of Bruno.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a management
early
thing.
On,
I think everybody, Bruno, all week, Bruno has appeared to have something in his pocket and has been able to sort of turn the pace that he can do is...
Skill-wise, you're talking about.
Yes, it's 95% to... What is 95% to him is... That's absolutely full risk to everybody else.
150% for me.
Yes, so there's nobody else has anything left on the table. So he's therefore less likely to make mistakes. And when we say mistakes, that doesn't necessarily mean a mistake that requires a marshal. A mistake can be, particularly on such a wide open flowing track as this.
A half a tenth can be.
Yeah, it's running wide on a corner. It's you watch the car and you don't see it as a mistake, but you're running around with another car and you just see them edging away and creeping away, and it's relentless. It's lap after lap after lap, and something building constantly. Yeah. So
many of these guys, including Bruno, were here when I was last here for the Nitro Euros. I can't remember when it was, late July, when it was super, super hot. And obviously the running conditions are different. There was no rain. It was close to or over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, like 37, 38 most days that we were here.
Yeah.
And obviously those guys after the Nitros, they're out running the electrics probably, I imagine, because they're here and, they can just have another car, hire the track for the week, and race it. Obviously, in the unmodified, without the bot dots and the felt and all that. So these guys have been testing here for ages and ages. So all the babble in the chat about cheating and tires and this and that, it's babble. I genuinely don't see how you can possibly cheat with the tires and stuff like that. So these guys are out here, they're all racing, on the level, and that's, fast guys are fast.
Yeah, and like we said, Bruno has had an advantage all week over everybody. It looked like in Q5, Chrissy was able to run him relatively close. That was when he ran race paint. Turned out that his race paint body shell wasn't fantastically mounted and was a little bit further forward.
By a distance of what, 2 mil, 3 mil?
Yeah, it was
silly.
a couple of millimetres, but it shifts the centre of pressure of the body shell, alters the balance of the car. Can see the drivers being called up now on to the line. So
this is their photo opportunity. So this is the actual introductions, hopefully, because we have a guy up there with a video piece. But yeah.
So they're being called out there for the start of this. So again, welcome. If you are just joining our coverage here on RC Racing TV of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships for 2022. This is Open A-main leg number 2 coming up. We're bringing you this coverage from Gubbio in Italy in conjunction with X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. Bruno Coelho will lead away. He led away in the first leg. Chrissy looked like he could run him relatively close, and then Bruno stretched his advantage over the course of the run, and as the run went on. Cars being set to be released out onto the circuit, and we will have a warm-up lap. So remember, if Bruno Coelho wins this, Bruno is provisionally, pending the results of tech, the world champion for 2022. Trophy's going to be being readied somewhere up on the steps so that can be presented to him immediately if he seals the title, no doubt. Silence descending over the track. Again, thank you to
the drivers,
our sponsors. So who have we got? We've got Akio, we've got Yannick up there. We have Hayato Ishioka. We've got Chrissy, sorry the sun is on this, Mark Reinhard. We've got Alex Hagberg, Jules Groskamp, Bruno Coelho, Ronald Volker and Michael Orlowski on the driver's rostrum. Cars have been released out onto the circuit. Getting set. It's like calm descending over the track. Everybody still left in the pits, making their way out to try and view this final. The all-white car of Bruno Coelho pulling up to P1 grid spot. Countdown begins.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Bruno leads away from Chrissy, then round into turn number 1. Bruno still leading from Chrissy. Chrissy runs deep, very, very deep. Hagberg doesn't get past him. Still Bruno leading the all-white car from the white and orange coloured car of Chrissy. Chrissy's car looking a little bit loose as they fire out onto the main straight for the first time. 109k for Bruno as they cross the line for the first time. Still grid order as they left the grid. Top 4, top 5. No, Yields has dropped back. Bruno Coelho still leading this one from Chrissy. Bruno edging away closest battle at the moment is for third position. We're still running with the leader. If we can move back 2 cars to Alex Hagberg, the white and green coloured car, as he comes off down the main straight. Let's pick that up. And we have behind him, we have Akio Sabue, Japanese driver, running in 4th position. Akio finishing 3rd in the first leg. Akio will be looking to move forward if he can. Of course, if Bruno can win this, then that opens up the 3rd leg. If Bruno chooses not to run in the 3rd leg, then everybody has the opportunity of gaining another position. Akio all over the back of Alex as they're coming round out towards the main straight. Bruno still comfortably in the lead of this one and going away from Chrissy. Looking like no one can touch Bruno. So Bruno currently heading to defend his world title. We're watching Alex Hagberg defending hard from Akio Sabue. Hagberg with the white and green coloured car. The yellow and blue coloured car of Akio Sabue. All over the back of Alex as they're coming round through into the infield. Back in, flick through that chicane. Down round the bot dots into that hairpin. Let's have a look as they come out towards the main straight once more. Alex keeping it tight. Akio doing what he can, 106, 101 speeds as they cross the line. Akio a little bit tighter as they drop down off the bank curbing on towards the infield. Bruno's lead going up, and it looks like actually Alex is heading now towards the back of Chrissy. So this battle that we're watching, you can see Chrissy just appearing in the front of your shot. Chrissy looking like he is struggling a little bit for pace. Akio's run a little bit deep. That's given some breathing space to Alex. Alex sets off now after Chrissy. See if he can get in front of Chrissy and make it extra safe for his teammate. It's going to help matters. Bruno still comfortably out in front, just over 2 minutes left. We will catch up with Bruno towards the end of the run. At the moment, we're running with Alex Hagberg as he chases down Chrissy Krapp. 2 minutes left to go. We'll get back to Bruno within the last minute, but he is miles ahead now. He is, 3.6 seconds in front? As we said, he's had something a little extra all weekend, really. All week, he's just seemed to have that extra bit of an advantage over the rest of the field. We're watching Alex, running with Alex still as he's closing in, trying to close in on the back of Chrissy Krapp. We've got Akio Sabue behind us. Behind that, we've got Michael Orlowski all the way up from P10. So Orlowski having a couple of great runs, and Orlowski trying to find his way past Akio. Doesn't quite make it. We're still running with Hagberg. If we can move back one battling pair of cars, 1 minute 16 left. That is Akio Sabue. The white car is Michael Orlowski. Let's just watch these for a few moments as we come through. We will pick up the leader as he comes around to cross the line, but he's got an absolutely huge lead at the moment with 1 minute to go. So we'll give Bruno one more lap before we pick him up and find him. This battle for 5th position that we're currently watching, 4th positions, 4th and 5th, Akio Sabue and Michael Orlowski. Orlowski dives to the inside as they come down to the straight. Bruno is just coming round to begin the loop out onto the main straight. So the all-white car coming down the main straight now is our leader with just over 30 seconds left. So this is Bruno Coelho. We're wanting to watch him run for home. Bruno, obviously, if he wins this leg, he's got a huge lead. This is going to take something incredibly dramatic for Bruno not to win this. Now, we have got, is he going to be, Bruno currently predicting the only driver to make the extra lap. So looking like Bruno might well have a victory lap as he comes round. So if Bruno crosses the line this time, it's looking pretty likely that he's done it. Bruno coming round and Bruno crossing the line. He is on the extra lap. Time has expired. Chrissy Krapp crosses the line in 2nd place. Bruno is still running. Bruno has won the world title, although he has not finished yet. So Bruno just coming round, victory lap, slow last lap, comes round, punches it across the line for the last time. Bruno Coelho, world champion 2022. Christopher Krapp finishes 2nd position, Alex Hagberg in third. Michael Olowski manages to get himself up into fourth position, really close at the end with Akio Sabue. Bit of a dive for the line. Sorry we had to cut away from that, but really we needed to see Bruno. It was only fair to see Bruno cross the line as world champion. So there we go. Open A-main, leg number 2. Bruno Coelho taking both legs, TQing every round. So mission complete for Bruno. Bruno defending his world title that he won in 2018, also winning it in 2022. Of course, COVID preventing a 2020 Worlds. So that is covered. Let's see if we can hear from our sponsors. Okay, so we're back here on RC Racing TV. Just recovering, slightly breathless, sort of, the action further down the field. Bruno had kind of checked out. We did have to cut away. Michael Olowski did sneak up into fourth position from Akio right at the end there. But, we kind of had to edge away and, or cut. It was only fair that we cut back to Bruno as he crossed the line. But welcome. You're a little bit late if you're joining us here on our coverage on RC Racing TV, but we still have some cracking finals coming up for the rest of the day. This is the E-final now set to go live, leg 2, so this is the last leg of the modified E-final, all set to go. Again, thank you to the event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sumpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this coverage.
Attention, driver.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Simone Di Ottavio leading this final away. 4 cars out there on circuit. Believe, as most drivers were scheduled to be on their way today. Spin there from the leader, so car number 4 of Pekko Ivonen out in front. And so 3 cars getting gathered up. I think the perpetrator... no, is that a body tuck? No, he's running around in circles. So, okay, down to 3 cars running. Yes, majority of drivers had flights to come. Scotty asking, why did they not run any rounds yesterday in the rain? It was mainly Scotty. It was more the winds that were the problem. I think by the time the drivers' meetings had gone, or the team manager meetings and everything had gone on, there was potential. The wet tyres that were here on site, I believe they were organised on Wednesday and arrived here on Thursday. They would have needed gluing, so they weren't ready to go straight away. There would have needed to have been about an hour delay in there anyway. to get those ready, and in conjunction with the need for sort of meetings, timetables to be published and everything, by the time that had been sorted, the heavy winds had arrived. There wasn't really any opportunity for running to take place. So the rejig of the schedule after the meeting, this extra day of running was created so that they can run out there. Pecco Evenen leading this one from Andy Cooner and Simone D'Artavio. All 4 cars back up and running now. In fact, I think we've got a late joiner because Dai Sakaguchi has joined in. So it was Michael Bock that was the early retirement. Dai Sakaguchi probably going to jump him. Pecco Evenen running in the lead. Pecco is the sort of bluey coloured car. Just trying to spot where he is. He is just coming round under the X-ray flags. He's coming out round towards the loop out onto the main straight now. There we go. That is Pecco Evenen, our lead car. Pecco just coming up towards half distance. He's lead 12.6 seconds from Andy Cooner.
Feels like we've been following Pecco all year long.
Yeah, he's
at the 1/10 electric Euros, large scale electric, large scale off-road Euros, large scale on-road Euros. I think was he there? He's definitely in the 1/8 nitro buggy Euro Worlds last week, and I was absolutely amazed to see him here this week. I actually asked him, are there any classes you don't run? He said he actually does run 12 scale as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, that's clearly where his talent comes from. Running 12th scale, the original and best class of racing. Speaking completely unbiased, of course, out there. Daniel Santo isn't 6 cars out of 10 not running a little bit strange. Yeah, possibly. Unfortunately, if people have got, tomorrow is a work day, if people have got flights booked, things like that, remember a lot of these privateers, they're not professional drivers. There's extra costs incurred with it if it's not feasible for them to stick around and not easy for them to make an adjustment. Yeah, unfortunately, they had to move away.
Can I just point out also that Pecco, not to make this like a Pecco benefit, but he is literally the most covered RC racer this year, I think, for us. He has a one color body shell.
Well, I'd imagine he hasn't got time to paint anything extra
I'm
with that many classes.
It's not white or orange or even yellow. It's this cool teal green.
It's still Juan can paint,
though,
yeah,
but it's a different color, is what I mean.
Well, I mean, what have we got? We've got 4 cars circulating, and 3 of them are single colours.
All we're missing is a white car.
We have an orange car. We have a yellow. Although, that's a strange yellow. That's a flat yellow.
Yeah.
You'd think you'd go fluoro, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But Pecco,
sure. For my old eyes.
But yeah, Pecco's still leading. I mean, is that? I was derided for describing the car as canary pink. Is that canary yellow?
By me.
Is that canary yellow?
That's a canary yellow, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so there we go. We have a canary yellow car on circuit, but we're watching the teal green coloured car of Pecco Evenen. Pecco, the only driver to make the extra lap. He gets a victory lap at the end of this E-final.
Good job, Pecco. I'm sure Tara's very proud of you, as we all are, because I know this is the E, but he came within literally, I think, 2 corners of winning the large-scale off-road Euros in Austria that we were covering, and can't remember how he did in the Worlds for buggy, but he did well for not even running the same chassis of type of car all year. It's just amazing. Anyway, so that's Pecco taking the win in that one. I'm not sure where he finished overall, but very quickly, we'll just have a word from another one of our sponsors.
Marco has taken the overall in that. Looking at the, just grabbing a quick look at the results. He has got a 1 and a 5. A-main number 2.
And before I get called away to do something
A-main.
else on the camera, I just want to say hello to Scotty, like properly and officially. So hello, Scotty. Hope things are going great for you. Yesterday we had Atsushi Hara in the chat, and people were asking him all kinds of questions. So today we have Scotty, people asking him all sorts of questions.
We've got worldwide superstars of RC joining us. So who have we got? I think we've got the D final coming up. Jonathan Gandin, Matthias Knopp. We're supposed to have Harley Eldridge, although I believe she has had to leave after winning the first leg of the final. They've had a flight to catch, so had to leave and get away. So, yep, we're a little bit short. Jonathan Gandin going to lead this away then from Matthias Knopp to orange-coloured cars. Gandin leads away the lighter of the two orange-coloured cars from Knopp. The order will change round as they cross the loop for the first time to reflect people that are still here and running. So Jonathan Gandin taking the lead from Knopp. Vigneron, there we go. So that's now representing all the drivers that are running. 9/10 of a second, the advantage. Front two have already stretched away. It's the orange car from the orange car. Paul Barron, yes, I believe Harley is the only female driver here. Not aware of any others. I haven't seen any others around the pits. This lead battle still going out and off down the main straight. Not, yep, you just heard Lexan interfacing with Tarmac on the on one of the microphones there.
Our ambient mic perfectly placed.
Yes. Testing the coefficient of friction of Lexan versus Tarmac. Tarmac normally wins. That's a bit of a plot spoiler for you. Jonathan Gandin still leading this one from Matthias Knopp, as it's been from the start. Knopp looking a little bit quicker, maybe, as they come out off down the main straight. Let's have a look at top speeds. Looks pretty
91,
similar. Yeah, but pretty similar. Knopp's car looks like it's got a little bit more rotation. He's able just to turn and pivot that car a little bit tighter. That might actually hurt him, though, in some of the sort of high-speed stuff. Having a car that's a little more edgy, it might give Gandin a little bit more confidence. It's when you get down to this low-speed part of the circuit that you can get into the corner faster. But then as we come out here onto this sort of flowing, faster part of the circuit, the extra stability that a slightly more pushy car can give you just lets you stretch that gap again. Having said that, Knopp is now crawling all over the back of Gandin. This is the closest battle on circuit. It also happens to be the battle for the lead. Still going on, and I think Knopp's efforts to catch and pass, and Knopp spins in the background there. So what happened was sort of through that little chicane in the middle of the track, Knopp clattered the first curb, took way too much of the first curb in an effort to get a run almost around the outside of Gandin, and it flicked the nose of the car up, and he just understeered then straight into the second curb. So he's still running, he's still comfortably in second position, but it stretched the gap from like 3/4 of a second up to 3 seconds. So not really any close battles going on. Benjamin Jabira in third position might have a sniff, but I think Knopp's got the pace to pull away from him if his car is not damaged. He's lapping typically around 4/10 faster, or able to lap 4/10 faster. We're still running with the leader at the moment, 1.5 minutes left. There aren't any close battles going on out on the circuit. Only 5 cars running here.
That crash, by the way, is a very common crash with the nitro classes. That's why there's a deformable barrier and a low fence to stop cars from going onto the straight.
Yeah, it's a very easy mistake to make. I mean, the nitro cars are typically a little wider. Well, always a little wider. They're at the very least 200 mil compared to 190 mil, so you're 5 mil wider on that side of the circuit, on the inside of the curb. But either then 235 or the 8 scale cars, as they clatter that, so they're probably running a little bit more curb as they go up there and hit that curb a bit harder, and of course there's more weight to them as well. So about around 1.3 kilos for these cars. So 30 seconds left. Jonathan Gandin led this from lights to flag. Harley not able to challenge him in this one. They had a great battle in the first one, coming out in Harley's favour. I think potentially the opportunity of being able to run away at the start might have allowed him to set a faster time as well. So unfortunately, a few of the drivers having had to leave to catch flights, etc. Knopp taking that one by 1.9 seconds in the end. So
it's great watching these cars twitch as they go hard on the binders, as Scotty would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Going deep into these turns.
Well, yeah, solid axle across the front of the car, so spool there, yeah, completely locked, absolutely solid. So have a tendency, if you just jam on the brakes, to break traction at the front and push straight on.
Just about to hear from some of our sponsors once again. As soon as there we go. So just a moment.
All set then for the C-main here in Gubbio. C-main leg number 2 for the open class. So after this we'll have leg 2 of the B-main. We'll then have the final legs of the 3 A-mains. So we will have the Formula class where the results of that one are completely open. David Erbar and Andreas Stiebler looking to win it. We've got the second leg of the Spec to come, where Alex Deshay and Simon Lauter will do battle for the world title. And then the final leg of the open or modified A-main, Yet to see if Bruno will take that, take the start for that one, or whether he will sit that out and let the other 9 drivers fight their way through. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV as we build towards the close of the day. So 5 races left in total. Thank you to our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this coverage this weekend. Michele Manzo, missing from the grid, had to leave due to travel arrangements. Ronafalk leads away in this one from Sota Goto. Ronafalk dropping down the field a little bit last time, but managing to get away at the front of it. David Ronafalk's car leading off down the main straight. What's it, about 98k, 100k we're just seeing from some of the cars down there. David just flowing round, trying to do what he can there. A little bit deep from David on the exit, and I think Sota Goto almost in sympathy followed him in. It's really easy to do when you're following another car that makes a bit of a mistake, and you just follow. You're focused on the back of that car, and if he goes in a bit hot, you're just trying to pick it up and hook it in. Jin Sawada's gone with him, and Nicola Morone, Mr. Hot Race, provider of the control tyres this weekend, and sort of being a bit of a cork in the bottle in 3rd position. Just seen him spin back down the field. Let's see if that's released the rest of the field, and Sota Goto nearly into the back there. So close into the back. He completely locked that up, made a huge mistake, fully on the brakes, and just slid right in towards the back of David Ronafalk. So David would have been probably eyes shut, fully clenched as he turned into that corner and kind of expecting the bang, but didn't hear it. Ronafalk now with a fairly comfortable lead because Goto's made a mistake. Jin Sawada up into 2nd position. That's the car of Ronafalk we're running with. Ronafalk's lead pretty comfortable. Looks like that's a retirement actually for Goto. Let's move back one car to the white and orange car, because he's doing battle with the white car of Mattia Kalina. So 3 minutes left of this final. So cars dropping like flies in this one. David Ronafalk still leading out in front. This is the battle for 2nd position we're watching, and an awful lot of curb from Mattia Kalina as they came out onto the main straight. Mattia's got some speed there, dives around the outside. He's trying to make his way through the chicane. He looks like he's got a faster car if he can find his way past. So Mattia Kalina's found some pace from somewhere. Sweeps down nearly 110k as they entered the banking. Through that chicane, Kalina's got some really good space. It's almost like he's too close to the back of Sawada and having to wait before he picks up the throttle. He's almost having to check up on the apex. He could kind of do with being a little bit further behind and using his drive on the exit to power past. Let's just see if he gets a better drive out on the main straight this time. He's very slightly further back. Does that work out for him? No, the gap stretches as they come down the straight. This seems to be where he has his advantage, coming down into this little chicane here. You can see just the car flicks through, change of direction better. There we go. That's the closest he seems to be able to get. Sawada seems a little bit more comfortable on the high-speed parts of the circuit. Back down the main straight once more. 1.5 minutes left. David Ronafalk 1.5 seconds up the road from this pair. Sawada still hanging on from Kalina. Kalina, his eyes will be bulging up there on the rostrum as he drives around behind Jin Sawada, trying to hang on. He's desperately trying to find some kind of opening. Ronafalk relatively comfortable. I say relatively comfortable, 1.9 seconds, just over a minute left. 1 minute to go. Sawada seems to have broken the resolve of Kalina, or is this going to be Kalina coming back to him? Ronnefauk's made a mistake, so actually let's stick with this because Ronnefauk's dropping back now as they come out onto the main straight once more. That was a slow last lap from David Ronnefauk in 18.6. David doesn't want to throw this one away at this late stage. David led this one from lights to flag, 30 seconds left to go. David's just out of the front of your shot. We're running with the second of 3 cars. Off down the main straight once more. Jin Sawada's found a second wind. He touches the grass. That slows him up. Kalina goes around the outside of him. Kalina up into second place. So Jin Sawada thought he could take the lead. He drops down to third. Kalina can now see Ronnefauk in front of him. That's his prey. 10 seconds left. This is the last lap they're going on to. Think Ronnefauk has got enough in his pocket. There's Ronnefauk exiting the sweeper as Kalina entered it. Kalina going to push so hard, but I think we're going to see David Ronnefauk cross the line to take this C-main. David Ronnefauk does indeed cross the line for the C-main. Win Kalina second position, Jin Sawada in third. Fairly frantic at the end there. A late mistake from David Ronnefauk. Sort of dropped him back from what looked like a pretty comfortable position. Say comfortable, 1.5 seconds down the road. I've thrown away bigger leads than that. Going to hear from our sponsors briefly. Welcome back to Gubbio. We're RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage of the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships for 2022 in conjunction with event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. The second and final leg of the B-main for modified about to come up. Victor Wilkes going to lead away from Naoto Matsukura and Nicholas Lee. Let's just remind ourselves of finishing positions in the first leg. So Naoto took the first leg from Victor, with Nicholas Lee in third position. Naoto, familiar white and canary yellow shell, compared to Victor's car, the white and fluoro yellow shell. Naoto world champion in 2014 for this class, and of course multiple 1/12 world champion. Getting ready for the start.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Looked like a bit of a jump start there for a couple of cars. I think they got it checked up, but I saw a couple of cars at the front of the grid move, and I think Nicholas Lee might have been one of those. Dominic Queck looks to have got the jump on him, so it didn't gain him anything, but we'll see if any of the referees call that or if there are any penalties. Victor Wilk is leading, though, on this one. He may be moved. Haven't heard anything called as yet or seen anything, but Naoto Matsukura running in second place. Nicholas Queck suddenly managing to throw it down the inside. Front three have made a break for it. Front three are heading away. Victor Wilk leading this one from Naoto Matsukura and Dominic Queck. Matsukura, and oh yeah, so there was a jump start there. So Victor Wilk got called out of the way for a stop-go, for a jump start. which is odd because a jump start is normally a time penalty at the end of the run. But Nayato now letting Dominic Queck through and pulling wide. Okay, this is... but Nayato didn't stop, so that didn't look like a penalty, but it looked like he actually let him go and pulled wide. Okay, Nayato now picks up the chase of Dominic Queck. Off down the main straight once more. Queck with the orange, white and orange coloured body shell. Queck bounces over the curbs. Nayato says, thank you very much, I'll take that one. Victor Wilk in third position. Nicholas Lee having dropped down the field after that. Kyle Branson up into fourth position in the final. Dominic Queck. Now, if we can move back one set of cars as they come down the main straight, pick up that gaggle. That's Dominic Queck still in second position. Victor Wilk running in third position. Kyle Branson is your fourth place man. The white car at the back of that chain. Spin for Nayato. And as Nayato rejoins, he collects Victor. That drops him down the field. So really, really bad there from Nayato as he jumped back on the track. That promotes Dominic Queck to the front. Mattis Bentin's got up into second position, I think. And is that Nayato? And Nayato's just hacked Kyle as well. So Nayato back down at the tail of the field. He's got a body tuck. He deserved that. Out in front of the field, that was so out in the front of the field. We now have, who have we got? We've got Victor chasing down. We're running with Victor Wilk now, who's popped out in second position. So Victor running in second, trying to chase down Dominic Queck. That all sort of exploded into life. Fortunately, the perpetrator of all of that came out of it worst. That makes the referee's job quite a lot easier. Dominic Queck now pulling away, Havranak, Oliver Havranak running a pretty similar coloured shell to Queck on camera, but this is Victor Wilk that we're running with. Victor Wilk running in second position at the moment. Havranak running in third place, and the pair of them with 1.5 minutes to go trying to chase down Dominic Queck from Singapore. Everything's just calmed down, relaxed down a little bit more now. Still running with Victor Wilk, trying to get away from Havranak with 1 minute to go. Havranak now all over the back of him as they come out onto the main straight. Off down the main straight once more. These cars powered by open class modified unlimited speed controllers, typically 5-turn or 4-turn, maybe 4.5. Some nutters might even be running 3.5 as they go round the bank turn. This is open modified. They can choose what they wish to. Wilk hanging on, 30 seconds left. Dominic Queck out front. Wilk running in second, Havranak being very respectful. Mattis Bentin not wanting to get too involved with this either. Coming in towards the final 10 seconds of this run. Don't believe any drivers are going to make the extra lap. Dominic Queck takes that one then from Victor Wilk and Oliver Havranak. That being the B-main. Everybody peeling into the pits at the end there. Few I think a few drivers going over to have a chat with the referee and asking quite what was going on there. That certainly looked fairly slam dunk towards the end of that. But got time to hear from one of our sponsors? Okay, we're back here on RC Racing TV. We have got 3 races left of our week here in Gubbio for the IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships. Again, thank you to event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sunpadao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this live coverage. So Formula A final, leg number 3, set to run. So Andreas Stiebler
After this race and the next race, just be ready with the Osmo just to get the reactions as soon as you walk off as soon as the race.
Andreas Stiebler going to lead this one away from, David Urbar going to lead this one away from Luke Lee and David Urbar. Currently, Andreas Stiebler leading overall with a first and a second. David Urbar with a first and a third. Luke Lee also has a second as well. So, kind of Stiebler and Urbar, the main contenders. Luke Lee could maybe get himself involved in the overall somewhere near the end. Is Andreas hasn't triggered the loop. Andreas is missing. Surely we're not going to have... And Andreas Stiebler looks like he's had to leave. So, effectively, that's given David the race starts. David Urbar leads away. Luke trying to go around the outside of him. Luke knows what he's got to do. Luke needs a win here to get anywhere near in the overalls. And then needs a faster time as well. It is cooling down, so it is possible, but he needs to get the jump, get the brake on it. Let's see if he can get to the front, then we'll work out permutations with regards to possible times. David Urbar already with a 1 and a 2 in his pocket, though. That's going to help him quite dramatically. Luke having to fight off the attention of Lucas Hock. Lucas pops up into second position, which really isn't going to do Luke too many favours. David Urbar leading that one. We've got, he's the white and blue coloured car, you can see. Lucas Hock running in second position. Hock now challenging Urbar. So Hock, the all-blue coloured car, Urbar, the white and blue coloured car. I think David probably knows he can afford to let Lucas go. Lucas hasn't got a second place, so David doesn't need to fight this one too hard. His main challenger for the title having had to leave the circuit, seemingly. This is the battle for the World Cup. So David... defending, but Lucas wanting to put a clean pass on him as the battle for the lead goes off down the main straight. Lucas manages trying to get a drive around the outside, looks around the inside as they come out on the main straight, has to feather the throttle as they go off down the straight. Round the bank turn once more. And is Lucas. Lucas tries to cut back, doesn't quite make it. Luke Lee's kind of hanging back a couple of seconds back. Could maybe pick up the pieces here, but I think he'd need to be looking at a faster time as well to get anywhere near. David Erbar still leading this one from Lucas Hock. Lucas backs the car in as they flow down through the chicanes towards the middle of the circuit. Lucas, he almost had the line there. He's got the line for the cutback, has he? No, David just holds on round the outside as they come down the straight once more. Still really, really close. Just over 2 minutes of this final remaining. Questions what happened to Andreas Stiebler. It appears he couldn't take the start. He had to leave early to catch a flight, unfortunately. This battle at the front still going on. David Erbar still leading this one. The white and blue coloured car from Lucas Hoch. The all blue coloured car. I think Luke Lee's been off the circuit in the background, so maybe dropping down the field. We'll keep an eye on that one. So, this lead battle still going on with 1 minute 15 left to go. David fighting hard and defending really hard for a position that he doesn't actually need here. I'm sure if Lucas was to send one down the inside, David is probably acutely aware that he doesn't actually need to hang on to this win. Of course, he'd like to seal this World Cup by taking the leg win, but he doesn't actually need it if push comes to shove. The worst thing would be to end up with a broken car at this point. They're coming in on some traffic with 30 seconds to go. Lucas Hock going to be thinking about an opportunity here. Lucas Hock has made a move around the outside, so within that traffic, they're coming together. I think having backed out of it, David has backed out of it. What are we doing? We're coming down, so this is on to the last lap. Lucas Hock has taken the lead as they go off down the main straight one last time. David Erbar he'll have a look, he'll try and get it back, but I'm not sure if he's aware he doesn't actually need this position to win the World Cup, but he's trying. David Erbar is trying, and hops it over the bot dot, over the curb, so airborne moment, doesn't come off. Don't think that matters. David Erbar crosses the line in second position with Lucas Hock winning the third and final leg of that final. Third and final leg of that. Yeah, that makes sense. The third leg of that final. Let's just see what that has done in terms of the overall ranking lists. David Erbar is going to have a... what is that going to do? Just waiting to see if in absentia Andreas Stiebler has won the World Cup. We're just waiting for updates. So we're just waiting. It's going to depend on times. I'm just waiting for an update. Refreshing. So yes, Andreas Stiebler has won. So David Erbar losing out on... they both end up on 3 points, but Andreas Stiebler has actually taken that. And yeah, he did that by making it onto a 15-lap run with his best time. So just sneaking across. David Erbar in second, Luke Lee in third position. So, well, unfortunately, we won't be able to bring you a chat with Andreas later because he's in an airport or on a plane. But we will, no trophies presented to him. So I think they're getting someone out there to marshal on his behalf, just so he doesn't lose his time. Right, we have got Spec A-main, leg number 2. This one, hopefully we've got all the protagonists out there. So, what have we got in terms of overall? Alex Deshay then with a 1 and a 2, as has Simon Lauter. Just have a look at times. 17.316, 17.308 for Lauter, 17.307 for Deshay. So basically, if Lauter or Deshay win this, they are stock world champion. If they don't, then we need to get... they've got a 1 and a 2, so actually it's Deshay. So, because Deshay's already in front. Deshay will lead away off the grid.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Alex Deshay leads away from Simon Lauter. Alex's car, the all-white coloured car. Lauter is the red and burgundy coloured car. Lauter will be wanting... Lauter needs to find his way past. And, Deshay's on the... there's been a coming together there, back down the field. That was the... Who was that? That was the 5-car Federico Barbieri. Has had a coming together. So I didn't... Adam Isay's leading is the outcome of that. Alex Deshay is running in second position. Lauter ended up on the grass. We saw Deshay spin. And I think we couldn't have any avoidance. So... Simon Lauter is out. That should put Alex Deshay in prime position. Alex Deshay currently running in second position. At the front of that. Not sure if Adam Isay is going to realise that his teammate could do with a win here. Just to... guarantee it and give him 2 single points. Should be okay anyway, because Alex has got they've both got 3 points. Lauter can't improve on that now. And no one else has got a 2, so just mentally jumping around. I believe Alex Deshay is the world champion, or will be the world champion, even if he doesn't finish this one now, because no one can beat his 3 points. The only person that could do was Simon Lauter, and Simon is now out of the race. Alex has the quicker time, so yes, mentally Alex is the world champion. Meanwhile, out in front, we are watching the sort of turquoisey car of Adam Isay leading the car of Alex Deshay around as they come across the line once more. Ollie Boltink up into third position. Max Mackler fourth. Deshay within 0.4 of a second. They come out onto the main straight once more. Off down the main straight. Boltink keeping a watching brief. Maybe closing in a little bit on him. He's got the gap down to 1.3 seconds. So just hoping for no mistakes there. Deshay still chasing Isay. I think now they've... Reno's Boltink dropping down the field. Max Mackler up into third position. And Zach Finley up into fourth. Lead 2 still going. Isay now less than 0.3 in front. But it doesn't look like Deshay is trying to put a pass on him. I don't know if they've discussed this pre-race. This is obviously going to help the podium quest for Adam Isay. It may be that there's been a little bit of conversation because Deshay, the positioning of his car, he's running close, but he doesn't look like he's trying to put a pass on his teammate. He looks like he's quite happy to ride shotgun. I could be wrong, but with 1 minute left, we're running with who we need to, which is Alex Deshay, who's going to be the world champion. So the second world champion will crown today, with Andreas Stiebler having taken the World Cup for the Formula class and Bruno Coelho having taken the modified title. Deshay just running around behind the back of Isay. 30 seconds left. He looking relatively content to sit there. He doesn't look like he's trying to shape up to pass him. Of course, Alex, knowing that as it's not Simon Lauter in front of him, I'm sure if it was, he'd be diving around all over the place trying to make a move. But this looks a little bit like a procession to the end. Let's just see as they come around to cross the line. I think they're on their final laps. They are. Is this? I believe that we're watching Alex Deshay riding shotgun for Adam Isay as they cross the line, and we don't see any attempts for movement. So I think Alex Deshay is all set to pick up his trophy, receiving congratulations and handshakes for everybody on the driver's rostrum on there as the cars come into the pits. So that is the A-main for Spec done. Let's just get an update on the overall positions for that. Whilst we're doing that, can we hear from one of our sponsors? Okay, so Alex Deshay, as we already knew, taking that one. Simon Lauter second. Adam Isay did end up in third position. Whew. So we're getting set now for A-main number 3. Bruno Coelho has already taken this. Chrissy has got 4 points with a 2 and a 2. Akio is on 8 points with a 3 and a 5. Michael Olowski with a 4 and a 6. Alex Hagberg with a 2 and a 3. So it's looking pretty good for Chrissy in second, even if Bruno doesn't take this final. And I don't know if he's going out on track yet. Right, okay, so Bruno not running in this leg. That's an opportunity for everybody else. So remember, 1 point on the table. So Akio can add, if Akio can add a 1 point to his 3, or if Alex can add a 1 point to his 3, they can match Chrissy on a 4. But then they have a they can end. There's 2 drivers out there that can end up in second position. Alex Hagberg and Akio Sabui, by winning this leg, can match Chrissy Crapp's total of 4 points. So we'll have to wait and see what goes on. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. If you are just joining us, you're quite late on in the day. But we are getting set for the last race of the weekend here in Gubbio. IFMAR 1/10 Touring Car World Championships, bringing to you in conjunction with our event sponsors X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padao, Hobbywing and Tony Sport. So Chrissy going to lead away from a de facto pole position in this one. Bruno Coelho not taking the start, having already won both legs.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Chrissy leads away on lap 1 then through the first turn. We have got Alex in second position. We have got Akio in third place. There's battle going on at the front. Remember, it is Chrissy who's got. Oh, Alex Fishtail's going on to the straight. Akio up into second position. So if Chrissy wins this, Chrissy gets second. Chrissy's already occupying second and currently holding it. Let's move back one car, or move back a couple of cars, because we've got a battle for third place going on out there. So Chrissy leading. We want to be picking up. There we go. That is Alex Hagberg we're running with, currently running in third position. And Yils Groskamp running in fourth. Yils spins and onto the grass on that one. Let's stick with Alex as he tries to close in a little bit on the back of Akio. Effectively, the front three, if any of them win, they should end up with second overall. So Akio setting off in chase. In fact, if we can move forward one car to the yellow and blue coloured car of Akio Sabue, because he's the one that's lapping quickly at the moment. We've picked up the car of Akio Sabue. Here we go, and we're trying to chase down Chrissy Krapp, who's the car just out of the front of shot. If Akio can catch him and pass him, Akio is second in the Worlds. If Chrissy can defend from him, Chrissy is second. If Alex Hagberg can catch and pass the pair of them, Alex is second. So always in this third leg, if the winner is not running, it gives an opportunity for the a little bit of a spin round in an alteration in positions. Just coming back out there on the circuit. We're still running with Akio as he tries to chase down. Gap is 1.3 seconds. If we can move our focus back one car, back to Alex Hagberg, because Mark Reinhard looks like he's joining him. There we go, Mark Reinhard now running in fourth position, all the way up from P9, P8, as it turned out, with Alex missing. Not Alex, Bruno missing at the start of this one. Mark now trying to find his way past Alex Hagberg, the white and green coloured car. Mark Reinhard, the very familiar white, blue and pink coloured car. Chrissy still going away at the front. His gap now 1.7 seconds over Akio Sabue. This battle for third position raging out on circuit as Mark tries to catch and pass Alex Hagberg. 2 minutes of this final remaining. Chrissy still leading from Akio. Remember, if Chrissy can take this, Chrissy takes second overall. Either Akio or Alex need the leg win to give them a chance. They both have thirds. Chrissy has 2 seconds. The 1 and the 3 should trump the 2 and the 2. Akio throwing everything at it. We're running with the battle for third place at the moment. That was super, super close. Mark Reinhard up into third position now as they cross the line. What do we got? We're going to have to cut away from this relatively shortly, but we'll stick with it at the minute. Mark Reinhard running in third position. We'll give it another 30 seconds or so. Alex looks like he's dropping back down the field a little bit, so it's looking like Chrissy is relatively comfortable. He's like 1.7 seconds in front of Akio. Reinhard is charging forward now, trying to catch up Sabue. This chain going through the back, it looks like Hagberg is really struggling now because he's a bit of a cork in the bottle. We've got 45 seconds left. Really, we should be picking up Chrissy now, although there's this battle going on further down the field. Chrissy is about to win this leg of the final and become Vice World Champion. So Chrissy's just coming out onto the main straight now. The first car off down the main straight. There we go. That is Christopher Krapp, the German Yokomo driver. Chrissy with less than 30 seconds to go. Leading this one from Akio Sabue, Mark Reinhard running in third position. I think they're just going to miss the split. So last couple of seconds as we run with Chrissy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time expired. So Chrissy Krapp crosses the line and takes the leg win. Akio Sabue second, Mark Reinhard third, Alex Hagberg is fourth, Yannick Prumper fifth, Michael Orlowski in 6th position, Yields Groskamp, Hayato Ishioka, Ronald Volker, and we have a non-start from Bruno Coelho, who had taken the first 2 legs. In terms of overall positions, let's just get a refresh on that one. Now that everybody has finished, we already had Bruno down as the winner. I'm pretty sure Chrissy has got second because he's got a 1 and a 2. No one's going to trump that. So there we go. Akio is confirmed in 3rd place. So our podium, Bruno Coelho is the winner. Christopher Krapp is 2nd. Akio Sabue 3rd. Beyond that, we have Alex Hagberg in 4th. Mark Reinhard in 5th. Michael Orlowski 6th overall. Yannick Prumper 7th. Ronald Volker 8th. Hayato Ishioka in 9th position. And in 10th position, Yields Groskamp. So that is all of the action here from Gubbio, and all of the racing is now complete. We would like, once again, to thank our event sponsors, X-Ray, Monaco RC, Sun Padao, Hobby Wing, and Tony Sport for helping us to bring you this coverage. We hope you've enjoyed it. Been quite a long week, but we've got there.
It's been eventful.
It has been eventful.
And memorable.
Yes, eventful and memorable. They're 2 adjectives that adequately describe what's gone on this week. But hopefully you've enjoyed it. Hopefully we've been able to keep you up to speed with what's gone on. And you'll be hitting subscribe and like on the channel and wanting to join us again for some future events.
Yeah, in a couple of weeks, we're doing a 6-hour off-road race coverage. Obviously, an endurance race off-road. I think it's 1/8 buggy from Hertfordshire in the UK, and then obviously there's going to be karting. We're going to be going over the. I'm sure once the EFRA and IFMAR schedules are announced, we'll be looking very, very hard at those. And, so from Gubbio, Italy, where it's today sunny and beautiful and wonderful and nice, we got to start packing up because we have to get to the airport ourselves. So from myself, Frank McKinney, from
James Stewart
on the commentary, and Zach on the camera.
You've forgotten his surname again, haven't you?
Zach F.
Fenning?
I knew it was Feldman. So thank you everybody for joining us, from Sushi Hara to Scotty Ernst to everybody that's been joining us from Brazil and Finland and Japan and Australia, all over the world. Thanks for watching, and we'll stay tuned and again subscribe and hit the notification icon on the YouTube channel so you'll know that when we are live next time. So that's it. We're out. Thank you. Goodbye.